Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Groovy, back in again. Another day, another dollar. Put a link in the comment section. Why not? Let's watch some YouTube.
Well, I was in the video making chair, so I decided to make another video. Big surprise. Yeah, look, I was thinking about this whole thing, doom, gloom. Everybody's an asshole and idiot. They really aren't. Everybody's values is shit. Look, we know what we are. We know where we came from. Bacteria with brains. Blah blah blah. We have this whole stupid bullshit psychology. It's all full of a bunch of crap. I want to be loved. I want this. I want that. I want. I need. And happiness is just basically being unencumbered by the bullshit and being physically comfortable. So I mean, that's the game. So if you can get to the physical comfort part where I feel okay. Okay, something isn't gnawing at me, obviously, physically, pain, discomfort, uncomfortableness, nausea, whatever. You're not feeling sick or miserable physically. Then all you got is this psychology to worry about, the want part. And if you can extract the illusion in your brain that you're satisfied, well, then you're going to be happy. It's automatically going to happen. It's like the consequence of not wanting. That really is what it is. I mean, satisfaction is really just sort of an illusion we create because we get something and we think it's what we want and we have it and we do it, so to speak. And then we say, that was good. I'm happy. I'm full. I'm satisfied. Until that hunger thing builds back up again and you need again. And that's the malicious nature of the way we are constructed. I mean, we are constructed to not be satiable. And, and so everybody's just not, their eye is not on the ball. And the ball is there's this huge volume of misery out there. And I mean, I could chronicleize it. I mean, I could sit there and go through every case example of the horrors that people are living through right this minute. They're not doing YouTube fucking videos because they're so fucking uncomfortable and unhappy and miserable that they don't even want to impose it on you. Number one. Number two, some of them can't. They just physically couldn't do it. But it's out there. There's this huge ball of suffering out there. And you people, why so serious? It's going to be the new slogan. Why so serious? Yeah, it's all
Why
a
so
fucking
serious?
party. Well, it's not a fucking party. It's real shit happening out there. There's real motherfucking suffering. and it's just, it's just even the way people, I go back to this stupid animal thing and the deer hunting here. But I mean, look, even the idea, I mean, aren't people, I mean, can't they really imagine what it would be like to be shot with an arrow and spend the next 10 hours dying from it? I mean, can't they imagine that horror? I mean, does it really escape their imagination? I mean, they know what crayons are. I mean, can't I just, well, whatever. So anyway, it just seems so stupid to have this conversation like none of this shit matters. And the religious assholes go the other way in that it's like they almost make fun of reality, because they give a divine purpose to all this shit. They give rational intent. They give some sort of logical justification that is completely built on nothing. I mean, the logic's completely broken by the presumption that there's perfection in engineering this insane, stupid system. And it just, I mean, it's just so discouraging for my personal psychology. It's a huge obstacle for me to get over, is the idea that humanity just isn't ready to fix anything. It isn't ready to even fix its own fucking behavior. It can't even grip. It can't even get a hold of a conception of itself that's, anywhere close to rational. It has to keep fucking aggrandizing the story. It keeps having to find some way it can excuse anything, and it will excuse anything. Don't fool yourselves, humanity. You will defend and excuse anything. We could literally have a Holocaust where 5 billion people die, and you assholes who survive will sit there and say, oh, well, it was nasty and bad, but
Not
life is
bad
worth
enough.
living. And, let's get on to the fucking and the why being too serious, and let's build ourselves some roller coasters and fuck it. And it's just, you're so trivial. Look, we can't wallow in the reality. We can't wallow in a perception of futility. But when we're discussing what we're doing here, and when we're discussing how to politically and socially and as human beings, interact and create a systems that we're going to live by, then we have to be a little bit rational. And we can't have the, American Idol, Major League Baseball syndrome brain focus. We have to have a little higher priorities, a little bit of better perspective than this superficial, I like it because it's shiny and pretty, and that makes it all better. I mean, all this false desire that's inside of us, and we just acknowledge it. And I'm not even saying you have to tomorrow agree to go into virtual reality, but just concede the fucking point that our psychology is it's a hideous trap. We are addicts. We are. There's nothing beautiful in our perception of even beauty. I mean, it's not a beautiful definition. It's an ugly fucking standard for how we define beautiful. I mean, just think about it for, it only takes this much thought. I mean, just, it's just so disrespectful to character. I mean, the superficial cosmetic crap that inspires us and that satisfies us, or whatever the right word is, pleases us. It's disgusting. It's humiliating. So fucking admit your humiliation as a human being, that you are a crass, stupid, superficial asshole. And let's get on to the business of trying to figure out some fucking way of communicating as human beings through this vapor of bullshit, and finding some way to fix this condition, because this condition is not going to get better. It's just going to keep on grinding up and consuming huge volumes of suffering for nothing, for superficial, so we can all applaud the winner of American Idol. That's right. People die and suffer so we can all applaud, bullshit. Absolute bullshit. I mean, what have we accomplished? What are we really doing? Nothing. And like I said, the grandest of accomplishments could be figuring out some way to create some sort of way of life that at least isn't gluttonous and putrid and petty and just completely, Donald Trumpizes the dignity of human beings. I mean, come on, grow up.
I kind of want to go back and watch this actually, because now I'm a lot more of an angry cunt. So maybe I'll agree more with Gary. I mean, back in the day when I first watched this, I was kind of like, Gary's a little mean to him in this Magnus Spending. Like I like his book. His book's pretty good. But let's watch.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 10th episode of the Exploring Antinatalism podcast, a podcast all about the subject of antinatalism created by antinatalists. My name is Amanda Oldfan-Sukanik, also known as Forever Wolf Films on YouTube, and today I'm joined by the prolific author of such works as The Speciesism of Leaving Nature Alone and the Theoretical Case for Wildlife Antinatalism, Antinatalism and the Future of Suffering, Why Negative Utilitarians Should Not Aim for Extinction, and You Are Them, to name but a few, Magnus Vinding. And returning to the Exploring Antinatalism podcast, we are joined once again by the creator of Ephilism, Inmendum. So hello, Magnus. Hello, Inmendum. Welcome, both of you, and thank you so much for being with me today.
Hi, Amanda. Thanks for inviting me.
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, so for our listeners who may not be aware, Inmendum has already been on the Exploring Antinatalism podcast once before. He gave us a long interview in episode 7, which you can check out anywhere our fine podcast can be shown. If you wish to learn more about Gary, please go check out that episode. However, Gary, is there anything you wanted to say in this episode to introduce yourself?
No.
Okay, fair enough. All right. So Magnus, welcome. This is your first time on the show. To start us off, I was hoping I could just briefly ask you a question or two about who you are and what you do, and give our listeners some context. Can you tell me a little bit about yourself, the books you've written, and how you came to write about the subject of antinatalism, or wildlife antinatalism, as you have called it in several of your books?
Sure, right. I guess basically I think of myself as someone who's just trying to do what I find as reasonable, do what I can that is, the most reasonable thing possible, basically. And that's, so I've been exploring the issues of, the deep questions of how we should really act in this world. So ethics, basically. I've been thinking about this and writing about this for about a decade now, and I started off very much as a classical utilitarian, actually, inspired by the work of Sam Harris, actually, his The Moral Landscape, and then gradually I've developed, it moved in more and more of a suffering-focused direction. So at this point, I would call myself a negative utilitarian, roughly at least. And beyond that, I would also say that I've moved in a less and less anthropocentric direction over time. So I've written about quite a few pieces about speciesism and why that's not justified. So I'd say that basically, sums up my views at this point in my development.
Okay, excellent. And then, so how did you get interested in the subject of antinatalism?
Right, so antinatalism, it's something that comes up a lot in the context of reducing suffering. Among philosophers who are suffering-focused ethics, I guess someone like David Benatar is arguably the most well-known, at least within academia. Others include Damon Meerfeld and also Clark Wolf. They're both suffering-focused thinkers within academia. But so David Benatar is a prominent defender of what can be characterized as a suffering-focused view, although he's not really, himself will also say he's not really someone who's a consequentialist focused on minimizing suffering. I think that's actually an important point, because oftentimes it can seem like people who are antinatalists will say that they are antinatalists because this is the best way to reduce suffering, basically. And I think that's a claim that's actually very much non-obvious, and I think there are actually some important counter-arguments to that view.
Okay. Out of curiosity, just to sort of segue us into Inmendum, out of curiosity, so in You Are Them, you do reference Inmendum several times, and also quite a lot of Great Tide Show videos. So I just was curious how you came across Inmendum's videos.
Well, I just found them on YouTube some years ago, so there's not much of a story there, I'm afraid.
Okay, yeah, no, that's all right. All right, so So both of your positions have a great deal of things in common, as well as a great deal of things not in common at all. You are both suffering reductionists or even suffering eliminationists, so to speak, but both roads towards that end that you both argue for are quite divergent. So Magnus, in your book, Antinatalism and the Future of Suffering, Why Negative Utilitarians Should Not Aim for Extinction, you do argue against antinatalism, at least in the sense that it should not lead to extinction. Can you explain the position you take within this work, and if you still hold this to be true, and then feel free, both of you, to jump in.
But yeah, so I should clarify that that was a piece I wrote 5 years ago, and it's not a piece that I agree with anymore. I mean, so I do actually have, I do preface it by saying that it's a consideration that's worth taking into account. The what I say in that piece, and what I say there is basically that there's a risk that suffering might emerge elsewhere if humans go extinct. Even that it could also reemerge here on Earth if, for example, if humans went extinct, or even if all sentient life went extinct. And what I would say about that at this point is, I mean, as far as I remember back then, I said that was, I think I framed it as like a decisive reason not to aim for extinction, basically. I think it's not a decisive reason in my view at this point, but I think there are other reasons that one can emphasize, and perhaps it would be worth going into those later. But yeah, that gets at the gist of it.
Let me just qualify it. Okay, so if I suggested extincting 99% of the animal organisms on Earth, okay, and leaving behind the most intelligent ones, some 5 of them or 50 of them or whatever the number is you think needs to exist to watch the universe and make sure the universe doesn't do anything in the future that's stupid, would you say that you agree with that basic idea that, okay, yes, we didn't extinct intelligence, but we we prevented all of the suffering things from playing a stupid game that's pointless to play?
Yeah, so right, I'm not sure what are you asking about, a specific number, because I don't think it's like a binary.
99.99%. We eliminate everything on Earth except for human beings. 10 of them. Okay, 10 human beings remain. They have infinite amount of technology, so to speak. I mean, they have all kinds of nuclear bombs. They have all kinds of weapons. They have death rays. They have whatever our technology can create. So they can monitor the universe. They can monitor the Earth. If they see anything that looks like it's going to pop up and be stupid, they can shoot it.
Yeah. So I mean, it's in that case, I would obviously say that could be. I mean, I'm not quite sure. So you're saying this is a thought experiment where we have this, because
I'm suggesting it as a solution that preserves your worry that there may be some job for human beings to do in the future. Like, we can't die because we need to be here to prevent some future disaster. So I'm just saying, a few of us put on our little janitor suits. We sit here and we just wait for some other disaster to show up, and we'll take care of it because we're still here. You're saying we need to preserve an intelligent guardian. Okay, so I'm just saying that all the non-intelligent animals then are superfluous to that function. We don't need wildebeest to be able to prevent harm in the universe. So wildebeest can go, all the other crap can go, and we'll just leave these little stupid humans to sit here and play whatever, Star Wars.
Right. Okay. So I guess I would agree that I think it would, other things being equal, it would be good if there were no non-human animals. Basically, that is my view. But I should also clarify, with respect to the view that I defended in that piece, that I no longer hold that to be a, what can I say? I mean, that humans need to be here. I mean, that also comes with, say, like certain risks that might be bad, all things considered. So it's not as though, like,
right. So you would allow me to take the thought experiment one step further and just say, let's forget about leaving humans behind. Let's just leave robots behind, and robots can take care of it because they can figure out the simple equation and do the job for us. And so we don't even have to be here anymore.
So yeah, if possible. I mean, I would say that would be a good thing. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So we agree. Fine. Good.
Yeah, basically on that point, I think, yeah.
Okay.
But I think it is also worth. I mean, so when we do talk about extinction, I think it's important to clarify that, especially from our current situation. I mean, if we're not just dealing in thought experiments, it's important to highlight the many risks that actually face us. I mean, including risks of things unfolding in much worse ways than anything close to what we see today. I mean, this is what's been referred to as an S risk, that things could go much, much worse, that we could give rise to astronomical amounts of suffering in the future. And I think those kinds of risks are actually extremely important to take into consideration for anyone who cares about reducing future suffering, because one could argue that these risks should actually even be our main priority, in part because they just contain so much suffering. So even if the probability is fairly low, it still would have great value and expectation to work on reducing the risks of these outcomes. And I think it's important to note that the kinds of actions we can take that best reduce these particular worst case risks or risks of worst case outcomes, they might well be actions that are rather different from the ones that, for example, address the kind of suffering that we see today, that it could well be that we should look into very different actions. And I think it's very much an open question, a question that demands serious research, what we should do in order to reduce these risks. And I think one thing it includes, that at least it something that seems very important to emphasize, is actually to be very, very cooperative and to try to emphasize that we are, those of us who try to minimize suffering, a peaceful movement, that we are against violence, and that we generally try to avoid these worst case outcomes via peaceful means.
Yeah, sorry, I just don't buy this argument at all. I mean, Nazi Germany wasn't going to be stopped with peaceful means. You had to sit there and pass rules. I mean, every single crime we have a law against. We have a law against it because peaceful negotiation didn't work. We can't peacefully tell people not to beat their kids. We can't tell people to peacefully not beat their wives. We can't stop rapists. We can't stop a lot of things, and we have to unpeacefully tell them they can't do it. So this whole word violence is just such a it's such a slander. I mean, what do you think is violence? If I shoot a rapist, did I do the wrong thing?
Well, so yeah, I think that's a good point. I mean, obviously, we can mention a lot of cases where people commit violence in self-defense or to defend other innocent beings, and I think virtually everyone agrees that it's true that the violence can be justified in those cases. But it's very much to your point, actually, when you say that things related to violence. I mean, it is something that you can easily become a victim of uncharitable attacks, and that is just something that one needs to take into account when trying to create a better world.
Well, I'm just saying I can't play this game with words. I'm just saying violence has a definition. Fine. I'm saying if I am defending myself, you're saying it's not an act of violence. Well, if I'm defending animals caught in a concentration camp and I go in there and Rambo the place, am I right or am I wrong? You're saying I'm automatically wrong, okay, because I applied violence to rescue something from torture. I'm saying I can't say that. I will say I'm not suggesting anybody do anything unnecessary that won't solve the problem. So don't sit there and do violence that won't fix it, okay? But if you're going to fix it, if you're actually going to stop it forever, then I'm saying, yes, an act of violence is perfectly reasonable. We lost him.
Sorry?
Your mic was off.
It's okay. It's okay. You're back.
Yeah, you're good now. Yeah.
Thanks. So, it's important to clarify, obviously. So, can it be justified to go into a slaughterhouse in order to save the animals in there? I mean, given the situation in which we find ourselves, it's like it doesn't really matter what kind of ethical view you have. It's just going to be counterproductive, as I'm sure you.
I wouldn't argue that I automatically know it's going to be counterproductive. Okay, I think it was very productive for the anti-abortion people to kill abortion doctors. It worked. Not too many doctors want to be abortion doctors. They don't want to put a target on themselves. So it worked in stopping abortions. It made abortions less accessible in America. Fact. So I'm just saying acts of violence do, in fact, work. You want to say they don't work, fine. I'm saying, well, they obviously do. I don't like violence. I'm not for violence. I don't own, violent weapons. I'm not a gun nut. I'm not any of this thing for some sort of war. I'm just saying I can't be intellectually honest and say all violence is bad, because guess what? Not all violence is bad.
Well, but I'm sorry, but that's a bit of a straw man. I did not say all violence is bad.
Well, you said anti-violent movement, blah, blah, blah. That's the word you used. It has no definition and no context. I'm just giving the word context and just making sure when somebody says I'm violent, under what context am I violent? Because I will not say violence doesn't work. I'm just saying it's situational. And I'm not going to judge all acts as being foolish or stupid or unreasonable because one act is. No, all acts aren't.
So I should clarify, I haven't said that you're violent. I hope.
Well, lots of other people have in this context. So I'm just going to sit there and I'm just going to make the assertion that there's a lot of people who are claiming I'm a violent anti-natalist or I'm an activist anti-natalist or I'm all these things. I'm just saying that as soon as somebody brings the accusation that no one is allowed to have an aggressive plan, I'm not going to agree with that, because maybe some aggressive plans are perfectly satisfactorily reasonable. Now, you want to get yourself killed to go rescue some animals. How am I going to say don't do it? No, I'm not going to say don't do it, because I have no way of saying it's the wrong thing to do, because there is a fact that the animals are being tortured. It is a fact that you may prevent some measure of that torture. So why would I lie and say I automatically know it's wrong?
Well, I mean, of course, saying automatically no is a strong claim, right? But we can still talk in terms of probabilities here. And I think it's important to keep in mind that with respect to the future, that there are risks that our actions, they can not only pull people closer towards us in terms of values, but we can also very much push people away from our values, such as concern for suffering. And I think that's a risk very much worth taking seriously. And I think it is something that.
I would agree that there's a risk, but I would also say that it's very 50-50. I could argue about how the French Revolution took place and how the American Revolution took place, and that these weren't majoritarian revolutions, and that it was a minority who stood up, okay, and risked everything and put it all on the line, and they won. And the fact is that we might still be living under stupid kings if it wasn't for those revolutions. So I'm just saying I can't make some blanket statement that it is inappropriate for rebellion. Rebellion is a rational response to certain circumstances, and there's a point where maybe it's the only response that will work.
Right, but so now we're talking about rebellion. I mean, in the case of this specific movement, I mean, of trying to reduce future suffering, I think there are good reasons to avoid these kinds of basically violence, and to try even to make an effort to distance oneself.
Well, exactly, but I'm just saying, where have I'm just saying that this is being used by other people to drive wedges, and I'm just saying that what's the wedge then? Be specific in what you're saying. Don't tell me that you're against violence. Explain to me what violence is okay and what violence isn't. I mean, will you stop a rapist? Will you perpetrate an act of violence to stop that crime?
I mean, yes, I think, but again, this is also something that is very uncontroversial, right? So most people would agree with that. But
we're not talking about most people. We're just talking about a value equation. We know that most people value a certain thing. Well, we as intellectuals have decided to value something different. So we know the crime is just as bad. So let's accept that the crime is just as bad. Okay. The fact that most people don't see it that way is irrelevant. You know it and I know it. Okay. That the crime is just as bad. So we're just talking about the use of violence to stop something we can pragmatically agree is an equal crime.
So the equal crime in this case is...
Well, let's just make one up. A rape of a woman, a brutal beating and rape of a woman. And right now there's a pig in a cage, never seen sunlight, never seen daylight. Okay, has been artificially inseminated to have many more piglets they could possibly even feed. Okay, and that's all the life it will ever know, and then it'll be slaughtered. Which one do you think is a more elaborate sentient crime?
Yeah, sure. I mean, in that case, I would say other things being equal, violence is justified in order to save this being from a horrible fate, no doubt.
Okay, but so that's all the qualification I want. All right, I'm just saying that this isn't as simple as just saying, we need to be anti-violent. Well, yes, we need to, as a pragmatic, as you state, as a pragmatic thing, this might be in our best interest to negotiate first. Of course. Yes, let's first negotiate with Hitler. Yes. But I'm just saying, I'm not going to rule out that if Hitler is incapable of being reasonable, that sooner or later we should show up and D-Day him.
So, yeah, that's the point, that in the context of being pragmatic and in the context of having to act in this real world, I think really just making that latter claim in this context of trying to reduce suffering is very risky to say, and it can drive people away from our cause.
Exactly. Well, I'm just saying they have to be unreasonable to be driven. That would be my argument, because they obviously don't really care. They really don't understand that the animal is being tortured. They're just pretending, like everybody else, like regular people are just pretending it's not happening. It's not a real crime. It's not something to get upset about. I'm just saying, if I did the rape right in front of you, you would see it. You'd be clear to you, this is a problem. This shouldn't be accepted. Yet you're saying we all should accept the other problem. You're saying everybody should just de-emotionalize and deconstruct into some other kind of being except for a rational one. So you'll go to war for your causes, you won't go to war for their causes, is all you're saying. If it's my cause, it's worth it. If it's your cause, it's not worth it. If you think that's being rationally consistent or good for the cause, I'm saying those kinds of lies, okay, in my opinion, are bad for the cause. That's unreasonable conversation.
I mean, so obviously my case is purely a pragmatic one in this case. So I'm saying that violence doesn't work, and what you said was that
it's not the subject. It's not the subject. Okay, why are you even bringing it up? There has been no case of anybody acting violently antinatally, right? So why are we even talking?
Say hypothetically there was, but like as Gary says, like it's relevant to the conversation of like we know violence works in some cases, like as he said, like you have to defend yourself, you have to stop the rapist, you have to impose jail on people, which is a form of violence. It's imprisoning a person's body. It's violent if you do it with an animal. I'd say it's violent to do it with a person. It's necessary. Doesn't mean it's not necessary, but it's still a form of violence. So, aka violence can be necessary. So it's just kind of like, yo, Magnus, you're willing to impose jail, you're willing to impose death on a rapist, you're willing to go to war with a country because of, like, say, bioterrorism or something. You're willing to impose violence in some cases. Why aren't you willing to impose violence to prevent an entire future generation, entire multiple generations, and animals, generations, quintillions of beings from suffering. It's just kind of like, it kind of seems like you just don't want. It kind of seems like you're just going a Benatarian route where you just don't want to say what you know is the truth. But whatever. Whatever. I don't
Talking
know.
about the violence of some sort of strategy. Why is that even brought up as a subject? Why do we all have to say, "Oh yes, I'm for anti-natalism, but yes, I'm all for non-violent anti-natalism"? Why do I even have to have that conversation?
I mean, so I so strongly agree with you, but the reason why is that this is what most people think about as the first thing when they hear about negative utilitarianism, for example. The idea that we should minimize suffering is just the first thing that springs to mind, and that's why it's so important. I mean, I should.
I could barely understand you, but I'm guessing based on the fact that I could barely understand you. You're sick, and you're very sick. Your throat's sore. Sorry to hear that. I hope the hot water. I think I heard you say you're drinking hot water. Helps your throat. Maybe have like a mint or something. Some tea. Uh, yeah, get better. I hope you get better. Slay the cold, queen. Slay the cold.
To clarify that the point I'm making here is not directed at you. It's as a movement in general. It's really just important that we distance ourselves strongly from violence. This is not a personal point. I should clarify. It's simply because most people are unfortunately rather unreasonable. Most people are heavily biased against views like negative utilitarianism, and so they will portray it in the least charitable way possible, and they will associate it with violence intuitively, and also try to imply that it must. That it necessarily.
I haven't seen that, frankly. I've never even seen Benatard have to face a single question about violence. So well, I don't necessarily believe that this argument is a real argument. It seems to me exactly all it's intended to do is create wedges.
I disagree.
On rhetoric, and we all have to speak.
If you watch the Jordan Peterson interview, he talks about violence a little bit. Jordan Peterson's like, "Oh, what about violent Kermit the Frog?" And then Sam Harris is like, "What about pro-mortalism?" So it's like people question Benatara, and we were like, "What about death in cases of unconsciousness, or like death in cases of like instantaneous death and stuff like that, or like if you just go up to someone and bolt them in the head like a cattle, it's just like, did you really do any harm?" It's like, from a negative utilitarian point of view, it's just kind of like, well, you might have done harm to others that are alive, but the being that just died, it's like rather instantaneous. So it's like you didn't really do them any harm from a utilitarian point of view. In fact, you probably did them a favor from a negative utilitarian point of view. So it's just like, and if the rest of society understands that, then it's like, if they're not panicked by it, then where's the pain, where's the harm, So there are, I wouldn't call them concerns because I'm a negative utilitarian. I guess call it like reasons for the general public to panic if they don't want to adapt. As with all things, it's just like the slave owners when they outlawed slavery. Reason to panic through your whole entire job is ruining people's lives. It's kind of just like, you make a living off of that and it's been made illegal, you use a reason to panic. Just as if your thing is, I want to just go about fucking people and having children and screwing over my neighbor and tearing the things apart and bringing them into existence, meeting. If you want to do all that, negative utilitarian justification, it's kind of just like you're blight, you're parasite, you're a virus. You use things. You inject your fucking essence into their DNA and overwrite their DNA stuff and hijack the cell, so to speak. You impose your will upon something and hijack its purpose. You're a virus, basically. So it's the nature of most beings on this earth is being a virus. So it's just kind of like, it's hard for me to say that, like, yeah, it's hard for me to disagree with Mendham, it's like, yeah, no, it's like, I mean, no one's talking about violence, but at the same time, it's hard to sort of agree and disagree with both of them, because, like, it's like, no one's talking about, like, violence per se. I mean, I'm probably, like, more violent people in the community in terms of, like, dialogue. Given that I'm not really advocating for violence, I'm just saying it's, like, very much a possibility. So it's just kind of like no one's advocating for violence, but violence is a viable solution if people don't fucking wise the hell up. Basically, it's basically like I'm all for dialogue. It's just that if no one ever listened to Martin Luther King, people didn't shape the fuck up and listen to Martin Luther King. I'm not going to say that the Black Panthers are wrong for taking up the streets with guns. You know what I mean? Like, if Martin Luther King didn't work, then the fucking Black Panthers or whatever, they're pretty viable. Like, people have to have equal rights, you know? You can't have thousands of years of segregation. At some point, someone needs to do something about it. And if that's raising a rifle in the air and being like, no fucking mas to the segregation shit, it's not fucking fair. A couple bodies have to take the L. Hey, that's a whole fucking lot of pain prevented for a comparatively small cost. So I'm not advocating for violence. I wouldn't do that. But what I do advocate for is solutions, just like Amendment does. So saying, just going around being like trying to shut down every single little solution because it makes you uncomfortable, but without giving good reason, that's not gonna fly here. That's not very utility.
The right kind of rhetoric or something. And I'm saying, I reject that. I'm going to change my reasoning skills. I'm going to pretend to be an idiot to say things that are comforting. Well, forget it. That's not the argument. If you either understand the argument or you don't. Like I said, if anyone who understands what suffering is and how horrible it is will understand that, yes, you do whatever you have to in certain circumstances to prevent the harm. So that's easy. So you're saying that somehow these people have been persuaded to be anti-natalists, yet they have no empathy. They have no motivation to stop a crime because they know it's horrible. They somehow, all of that, they're clueless to.
I haven't said any such thing. So my point is rather, so the point is that anti-natalists could be the most peaceful people in the world, like everyone. There could be no bad apples whatsoever. And yet people from the outside are still going to view the anti-natalist movement, people in general.
Well, it says you. That's all I'll say to that. Okay, you want to argue with what I think is a phantom that doesn't really exist. If you haven't convinced them that the suffering is bad, they aren't motivated. They don't know that the rape is bad. Like, there's some guy and he's saying, hey, chicks like it. You get a little aggressive. It's okay. It's fun. What's a little bit of a beat? I've been beat up 7 million times. No big deal. Okay. Now that person isn't going to become a very good anti-natalist, right? Even if they say I'm against rape, they obviously have no empathy. They would never say they're against rape, would they? No, they wouldn't, because that's their attitude. I'm just saying, if somebody doesn't already understand the argument, okay, this subject about how we stop the torture, right? And this isn't like this is about some sort of benign torture, like the torture just popped out of nowhere. We know the torture is imposed, okay, by our policies, by our behavior, okay? It doesn't just pop out of nowhere. It pops right in front of us by mechanisms we are in complete control of. So let's not pretend we can't control it. Yes, we are under control. We're causing the torture, and we should understand we need to stop us.
Yeah, but unfortunately, most people are extremely resistant to generally just even arguments for a position like negative utilitarianism. And this is not something that I'm making up. This is something that very much
I understand. I'm just saying, what's the procedure of convincing them otherwise? My argument is the first step, the primary step, is them acquiring a real sense of empathy. So that is the first step. They have to see the other thing as themselves, as your title of your book says. They are me. Okay, they have to recognize that the torture might as well be happening to me. It is myself that is being attacked when that victim is being attacked. That they have to understand. If they don't understand that, any other words that follow, like I'm an anti-natalist, mean nothing.
Yeah, and unfortunately, my view is that it's extremely unlikely that most people are ever going to come to.
Why? Why is it unlikely? Why? It's like the most ABC, easy to understand fact on this planet if you understand evolution. So it's like saying will never defeat religion, or people will always be cemented. This is something in reading your book I just didn't like about it, because it implied we have a whole bunch of instincts. We don't have any. Okay, as organisms on planet Earth, we are
I
the most
disagree with. I mean, billions of years of evolution, and I mean, it's hard to deny that we have programming. We have the ability to deny our programming. I think we can overcome our programming more than the Magnus ending leads on. But I don't think, programming is not there. Like, we have gripping sensations when we're born to, like, grip their mother's hair or whatever, so you can, like, run away from predators. And we have automatic swimming, and, like, we can sense heights and stuff, and there are reversed heights, Like, we have instincts, like survival instincts, like right away. And then obviously, like, we have like evolutionary instincts, like what to be turned on by or whatever. And we have like instincts of like what to be scared of, like snakes and spiders and shit. Like we have instincts. Like, it's hard to deny we have instincts. We have like biological things, responses that are like programmed into us to be like fearful or attracted to, like, certain things of an evolutionary advantageous to be responsive to. But whatever, I mean, hey, disagreeing with everybody at the moment. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we can definitely overcome our responses because I have homicidal ideation. I want to hack people up. I have not hacked people up. So I think we can overcome our instinctual aversions and our instinctual attractions to things. We can be better than our primitive natures. But I also disagree with Gary in the fact that I think we do have a primitive nature, and that's impossible to deny. So,
instinctive organism there is. If you throw us into the wild, we are helpless. Okay, we don't even know instinctively how to have sex. We have to usually watch somebody else do it first. The whole thing's a mystery to us. We don't have one single natural impulse. Every single bit of our psychology is controlled by environment, by the culture. There's no desire to have kids. That's a fallacy. We know that all I have to do is raise a kid a little bit differently. With he likes video games, he likes this, he likes that. If I don't teach him some sort of obligation, he has no clue he has any obligation to make kids. I mean, there's nothing in us that's instinctive. Zero.
I mean, so that claim about intuitions and instincts is something I disagree with very strongly. And I think, yeah, I mean, modern psychology tells a different story, I would argue. But I'm wondering whether this is a digression relative to what we are most interested in discussing.
I don't know. You think it's a digression? It's fundamental, essentially, to this argument of what persuasion is going to look like. You're saying I have to persuade people because they have a whole bunch of built-in instinctive mechanisms that are saying I can't believe that. I'm saying that's just rubbish. Human beings are selfish. Human beings are selfish, right? I mean, my feelings happen. I'm the one feeling. My feelings I actually experience. I can't feel their pain. As a fact, I can't do it. I can synthesize some sense of it, but I can't feel other people's pain. And the simple fact is that if I could feel their pain, right? If I was
you can't feel it directly, but you have evolutionary responses like programmed into you. So if you see like someone break their arm, you're going to be like, yeah, that's like disturbing or whatever. Like, you don't, like, it automatically kind of like goes in like the subconscious level, like, that's my arm. It's like that experiment where, like, like they have like the fake arm and they stroke your fingers rather than they hit it with the hammer and you flinch or whatever, even though it's a rubber hand. That's kind of like that. Like, we're all primed as a species to be like socialized to like certain stimuli, of like just visually, to be like, ew, that is revulsive. It's repulsive, meant revolting, disagreeable to the eye and to the sensation, like, causes us to flinch away physically and mentally. Like, I don't know, like, to me it does seem that we have like very strong instinctual things regarding empathy, like, and like kind of like we have a kind of empathy and we have effective empathy. I don't really have very strong effective empathy, but I have some effective empathy. So it's like, I think that, like, yeah, others clearly have it more than myself. They just rely on in-group psychologies and stuff like that instead of like cognitive awareness of what's right and wrong. But Gary is arguing that everything's cognitive. I say everything that matters is cognitive, but I don't deny that evolutionarily speaking, there is effective empathy, and that's important for our survival for like billions of years, and allows us to see someone bleeding that looks like us and be like, oh wow, that's horrible, and want to help them or whatever. So if you see a arm that looks like your arm and someone smashes it with a hammer, you know, you're gonna flinch even though you're not feeling anything, and you're gonna be like, oh wow. So it's just, I don't know, like to me it seems like there are instincts, there are evolutionary instincts for empathy and stuff like that. There are programmed species, but at the same time we do have rationale.
slave owner, and I could feel the sore scars on the back of the slave being whipped, right? Then all of a sudden that slave's not going to get whipped anymore, is he? Right? If I was a true empath or something, and I could actually feel their pain, I wouldn't be perpetrating the act. So the only thing that prevents people from understanding is their selfishness, period. There is no other agenda that they can't get by. And even the whole argument of procreation, there's no animal on this earth today that has sex for the purpose of procreation. They just desire.
I mean, he does have a point, though. I mean, if you when you're whooping someone, you aren't feeling the pain directly. Like, no matter how much empathy we have, like on an instinctual level, to understand that like something is feeling pain. Like, so long as it's not you directly experiencing, there's a layer of disassociation that allows you to do monstrous things. So I see what Gary's saying at the same time too.
Okay, and that's it. The desire to polish penises, and it doesn't go any further than that. And all the rest of it is just bullshit. Okay, we don't do it for that purpose. Animals don't do it for that purpose. Evolution tricked us with a very simple mechanism. We didn't have to have an ideology to perform the act. We didn't have to want children. I mean, it's just a fact. So why say we can't get past something that isn't a fact? We have no native desire to have kids.
I don't know. That one I generally don't know about. Like, because I feel like most people have kids in accidents. It's usually just like they're just trying to fuck, and it just happens to be the result. There's a fucking flea. But I know a lot of people also that like generally seem like they want to have kids. Like the purpose of them fucking is basically to have kids. So who knows? I don't know. Like to me, it seems like most people on the planet, like if you look at like India and shit, if you look at like a lot of people around the world, like in Asian countries, if you look like if they have like where Danny Shine's channel and stuff, like a lot of these people like he interviews and stuff, they just fuck. They know they're having kids because like they had unprotected sex that wasn't intentional. But at the same time, like yeah, and I know fuckers that like they're generally just like oh the joy and loving having a child. I tried for multiple years to have a child. Turns out I was infertile. Ooh. Shit like that. So it's just like I don't know. Like people generally seem to want to have children too. So I disagree with Gary on that point. Like it does seem that there is like an inherent like instinct to have children to some extent. Like people say there's like a I don't know, what is it called, like mother sickness or something? Like when you like are older or whatever, you like start to get like a desire to have like children if you're a woman. I don't know if that's true. It could just be like a fucking like could just be like a rumor. Like I don't know, those wives' tales or the fuck, I don't know. Like one of those things you hear about that's not actually true. But as far as I'm aware, that is true. That is a thing that happens. Like women get like a desire to have children later in their life or whatever, if they haven't had them. So I don't know. Maybe that's just a rumor. I'll have to look that up, I guess.
Yeah, concerning what you said about that it's only because we are very selfish that we're not focused on reducing suffering. Actually, there are many counterexamples to that. So in this, I mean, so there are a lot of people who actually are very altruistic in one sense, in that they spend a lot of time and resources trying to increase future populations and increase the probability that there will be a large future population. And these people are
name one who's not a racist.
Well, I mean, these aren't racist. I mean, these are, you can find scholars at the so-called Future of Humanity Institute.
I'm not terribly interested in scholars, frankly. That's another thing in your book I found kind of obnoxious and annoying, is this reverence for individuals of any kind. You got to take everybody on their word, not on their reputation. And this, even the whole physics thing, we could get into this whole field crap and all this other crap. You're almost quantuming the universe with a bunch of woo that I think is superfluous to the function here altogether. We are individual humans. That's a fact. And we're not in any way connected. There's no part of the universe that's jumping between my brain and your brain and give me special knowledge of your existence or special knowledge of what's happening to you or any of that
I don't
crap.
know. I feel like
individuals-
it's a little bit of fallacy. I mean, it's not like I don't think I mean, I get like what he's saying, that like everybody is individual and selfish, but at the same time, like we all stem from a common ancestor. Like Gary, like that. Like the reason pain is universally, objectively bad is because we stem from a common ancestor that had an adverse response that was passed down. So it's universally experienced by all subjects as bad. Similarly enough, I mean, though it may not be all things have these responses, a majority of things like share mammalian responses or like animal responses, just the inherent nature of things. Like, so I don't know. We share a lot of. We don't need to share a telepathic link with each other to share common evolutionary goals. Not really goals, but goal would imply that there's like an intention behind it. Like, but it's not. It's like pure random chaos, and it's just like basically certain traits and ideas that are passed down, biological memes, are passed down in certain environments. And as a social species, we've kind of transcended the need to be limited by our environment. So basically, just social aspects are passed down from generation to generation. I don't think that necessarily needs what Gary's implying, like some sort of telepathic link. It just kind of it's hereditary. But whatever.
Very clear for anyone who's read my book that I mean, basically that I agree with them. Yeah.
I know, but that's not the way you said it. So you kept, I mean, the word field has to be in your book about 778 million times. And it's no way to describe what human beings are. Human beings are not a field. They're not connected to each other. And that's one of the big problems is they're not connected to each other. They don't have information about what's happening to each other. They have no freaking idea.
So that latter point, I agree with you.
Okay, well, I'm just saying it's just verbiage. I know. So, but that's the trick here is articulating a point in the way that it's both accurate and pleasant to hear. So I'll concede I'm not a great poet. And my objection is that some of the terminology being used by people just doesn't cut it. It doesn't cover the substance of the core of the subject, which
Yeah, I'm sorry for skipping out. I was just getting some water. How did you? I'm guessing you dipped out because you saw that I was gone for like 3 minutes. But yeah, streaming around the clock. Just came back from a trip. Oh yeah. I'm gonna pull up my phone because I kind of want to smoke really quickly. It's been about an hour. I'm a stoner after all. Let's go and click StreamYard. StreamYard. Enter studio. Badoomp. 3, 2, 1. Badoomp. 3, 2, 1. Badoomp. There we go. Move that. Move that. Oh. Hey, Marco. Follow me, my child. Yeah, does anybody want tuning in right now? I mean, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just acting like someone's watching me. No one's watching me right now. One person that watched me in the last hour joined, and then I was gone at the exact moment when that happened. So, God hates me. But I forgot what I was gonna say. Whatever, doesn't matter. Doesn't anything important, otherwise I would remember. Oh yeah, but yeah, I'm just streaming Magnus Vinding and Amendum's interview with each other because they're both negative utilitarianish, but have different approaches and views. And yeah, I agree more with Gary, like 90% of Gary, 10% with like. I mean, I agree with like 90% with both what they're saying, but in terms of disagreements, I agree with 90% with like what Gary's disagreements more. And yeah, but there are some things that I'm kind of like a little bit like whatever about and worth critiquing. Get it home, but it do be pronouncing. I'll smoke break. Back again, yeah. I was just gone for like a couple minutes, getting a glass of water and talking to my dad because he's not sleeping very well, so he's just kind of off sitting in the living room. And I'm like, fair enough. I just took like a fucking 3-hour nap basically, and I was like back at it again. So yeah. Like literally, I've just been taking naps the last couple of days. Like I've really just been kind of like napping for like 3-4 hours at a time, and then like going back awake and doing more activism and live streaming, and then taking like another like 3-4 hour nap. I'm getting into like what evolutionarily speaking was our sleep schedule. We used to just take naps whenever we felt like it back in the day, and we would take shifts and watch each other's back. And nowadays we have these shitty sleep for fucking 8 hours, stay awake for 16 hours schedule. It's not good for you. But now I'm just embracing my natural sleep schedule. I just sleep whenever I want. So, fuck yeah. But yeah, I'm back at it again. Basically just watching an Amendment Venus vending video, and yeah, went to some place where they're driving like crazy. You see all the time wheelies and shit. That's fucking wild, bro. That's cool. Phone's at 4% power. Hopefully it doesn't die by the time I get back inside. I kind of want to charge it before it dies. If the camera just blips off at some point, that's my phone dying. You'll know. But if that's the case, I'll just kind of run back inside, plug my phone in, plug the stream back in on my computer. It shouldn't end or anything. The King Amendum, yeah, man. I have very little disagreements with Amendum. I have some things that I think Amendum's wrong on, but for the most part, I agree with like 90% of what Amendum says. So there's some parts of the video where I think he's technically wrong in some points, but that's just minor disagreements. So if you want to go back and watch some like critiques, I mean, there's like an hour and a half left of the interview, so I'm sure I'll want to get critiques on both sides, but it's done. So you don't need to go back right now. You can watch it later if you want. They're not going to be able to profit from porn, I'm guessing. If the law only will already. The law only will. They're not going to be able to profit from that. I don't know what you mean, what context you're talking about, but yeah, potentially agree. We should tax things. Money. You know, the deviants? Not really. I mean, is that like banned, or is that like just like you mean like deviant behavior? One second. That. There we go. Back at it again. Not sure if my voice is still working. Cool, it is. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about, but it's not what this video is about, so keep the topic to what we're talking about. I disagree in general about that type of stuff, because supply and demand and basically encouraging behaviors and stuff like that, and something can be profited and people will take advantage of our markets. So I generally disagree with Amendum on that point, but that's just my perspective. Hey, what's up? Not a whole lot. We're basically just kind of watching a Magnus Vinding and a Mendham video.
Which is, first off, evolution. Evolution is a terrible, awful mechanism. I mean, it's basically intentionally serial killing all of these things. It's saying, I'm going to try to improve something by creating so many of them, and I'm going to declare 99% of them defective. That's what evolution's doing. I mean, right now there's seal populations where only 3 seals are passing on their genetics, right, of the whole herd of seals, and all the rest of them are just fodder. They're just to be used to create that one hero. So it's like having an Olympics where, yeah, you killed 9,000 competitors just to have one guy stand up and say, I won. It's a terrible system. And that's what we're fighting.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to say to that. I mean, I think it might be good to take a step back, and because perhaps I should share what my impression is of your view. So I think that you're saying that basically most people, it's likely that most people actually will come around to agree with your view. Is that correct?
It's my view that the only thing stopping it is high school education. I mean, it's my view that, yes, religion, silly fable, believing in fables for Christmas sake, is what they're living for, is stupid fables, this nonsense. Yes, believing in evolution will destroy all enthusiasm. Yes, if you really understand what evolution is doing right now and what it's done for billions of years, you will understand we're in big trouble. This is a really bad serial killer we're playing with. We're playing little tic-tac-toe games with a maniacal, insidious torturer. This is Mengele all over the place, and we're giving him a Christmas party. The God-botherers are basically celebrating a system that is a mass torturer and murderer.
So is your view that if everyone on Earth had a high school education, it would be more likely than not that humanity would decide to go extinct?
It would have already. Every civilized nation is in domestic negative population growth. Every single one of them is in declining native population. And the only thing increasing their population is importation of the morons from the third world. And so, yes, I believe that you give people a high school education and they will go below that 2.2 replacement population number, and that's extinction. If that continues, it's extinction. Yes, Japan is going extinct right before our eyes.
So right in that case, so I mean, if you think that's, I mean, we should assign, I guess, a certain probability to that kind of scenario, right? And in that scenario, it wouldn't be, I mean, the difference that our actions would make if that's the way, the direction.
All right, well, go ahead. Go ahead. Assign a probability. How exactly are you going to assign a probability? You know all of.
Precisely. I mean, I'd rather not talk about the subject. It's kind of just not beneficial for views. Well, it tends to drop the view count when you start talking about the subject. One, people in the community don't like it. 2, no one likes it. 3, it's not particularly beneficial in any way. I mean, it's pretty obvious, in my opinion, that Amanda made a slip up. He wasn't really taking into account supply and demand when he was thinking and making those statements, because supply existing encourages demand for to continue, which means profit margins must be met, blah, 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 which means bad things will continue to occur, law be damned or not. So basically, I'm against that type of stuff. So, but yeah, Amendum's a mad lad. He gives no shits. He just kind of talks at the top of his head. He was just kind of like, yeah, once it's there, no harm, right? And I'm like, yeah, I mean, if you technically, in a way, yes. In a pocket dimension, yeah, no harm. So in like a pure hypothetical analogies, no harm, yeah, sure. But in reality, no, I think there's gonna be harm by supply and demand and stuff. So I mean, I assume we're talking about the same thing. So
of the possibilities, and you know
I'm
how to rank
I'm
them.
not saying anything specific about the probability, but we can talk about having
I'm just saying we're already doing it. We're already there, and you're saying what's the probability of populations deciding voluntarily once they have a high school education to go into negative population growth? What's the probability? We're already doing it. Why do I have to argue about its probability when it's already taking place?
I mean, but I'm just talking about. I mean, first of all, I mean, it's not really true. I mean, if we look at Japan, their population has increased over the last 15 years, and the same with China over the last 20 years.
Okay, I know. There's no point in having a conversation if we're just going to bullshit each other. Okay, it's not. It's not a truth. It's not the truth. I'm sorry. It's not the truth. Their replacement population, their birth rate is below replacement. The fact is, the people aren't dying. Okay, they're living longer. Okay, living longer doesn't mean you've increased population.
The fertility rate, that's what I'm talking about. That has increased in Japan over the last 15 years, and in China over the last.
It's still below replacement population.
That is true. That is true. But still, I mean, so the point is just there are different future scenarios we can outline, right? And different futures.
Right, and the only reason why people are doing that, I think, is to make a futile argument. They're trying to pretend it's futile when it's clearly not futile. We're already there, and these people don't even believe in the cause. They're already becoming vegetarian for health reasons, and I could make the argument in vegetarianism we're already gaining ground just from the health reasons. We don't even have to make the empathetic argument, and we're already winning. So I'm saying that why would I think it's improbable that, for example, human beings would stop eating meat when the trend seems to be in place where the more education people have, the more sophisticated they are as human beings, the less likely they are to
the
be
Holocaust one? Yeah, the Holocaust I also disagree with. You mentioned the Holocaust also, like, logically, if this philosophy is so important to him and to all, he should thread. Definitely, I'm not sure what's with him. Yeah, exactly. Like, he should be more careful with the topics that he cares about and verbally talks about. And, like, just because someone asks a question doesn't mean it deserves an answer. I mean, sometimes I do deserve answers, and I will basically answer any question, but that's just because I'm basically a fucking psycho. I'm not like the founder of an ideology. But when it comes down to it, like, I mean, yeah, certain things, I don't know. Like, his opinions on the Holocaust. Hey, I have a friend who's a literal history major, studies the Holocaust in World War II. And he says Holocaust denial is bullshit, that the Holocaust 100% fucking occurred. And I kind of trust his opinion because he's a literal history major who studied World War II. So, not that, my friend exactly has the greatest philosophical opinions or anything, so it's not exactly like he's a genius or some shit. Like, I personally think I'm more in tune with the nature of life than my friend is. Knowledge of Holocaust be damned. But when it comes down to it, yeah, the Eminem denial that people got put into gas chambers and killed by the millions, it's kind of bullshit. That kind of did take place. I mean, I literally own a movie called Conspiracy, which is the transcript by the general that enacted basically the Holocaust to occur. There are literal transcripts of the decision-making process of enacting the Holocaust, and you can generally just look it up on HBO and watch. It's called Conspiracy. You can get the transcript and watch actors play it out of what took place to engage the Holocaust. It's very feasible. A lot of people had no fucking clue what was happening. A lot of things were just kind of being built. A lot of people were not in the dark. A lot of people were in the dark, basically. And it took place, though. Like, I mean, a lot of countries working together and a lot of projects just occurring, but no one really knew, so. But yeah, I mean, Eminem's denial of the Holocaust is silly, and I don't know if it's racist or if it's just misinformation. Or perhaps I'm misinformed, but if I'm misinformed, someone need to explain how I'm misinformed. But as far as I'm aware, it's completely possible that a holocaust of millions of people could have occurred. I mean, yeah, if they're teaching him shit that's different in school, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. Like, I wasn't around fucking. I'm 23 years old, and he's like what, like fucking like ancient. He's like a little dinosaur just walking on Earth, telling us like to stop reproducing. Like this dude has a lot of fucking wisdom and a lot of things that I agree with. Like in terms of ethics, I agree with like 99% of like the shit that Eminem says. So it's like I disagree with his opinions on illegal forms of pornography being allowed to remain on the market. I say they should be removed from the market. Like if my best friend or my son or daughter had their images on the internet, I'd want them to be removed. I wouldn't be like, oh, as long as they don't know about it, let the pedos jerk off to them. No, fuck that shit. That's fucked. That's not cool. If my daughter was getting jerked off to by some creepy old man in his 30s, I wouldn't give a goddamn if she knew about it or not. I'd be like, that's not cool. Consequentially speaking, obviously there's no harm and you're releasing stress from somebody. I understand that. But via supply and demand, that's going to encourage those markets to remain, which is a bad thing. So I don't get amendments. I don't get amendments. I mean, I get amendments view because it's like not directly causing harm, but a pocket dimension where it's literally just an image, a pedophile, and that's it. There's no harm being generated. But in the real world, there is being harm being generated. Wow, what a fucking surprise. And as Mendham usually says, we're talking about reality. So I don't know why his fucking brain just blips out there and when it comes to that one. But yeah, it's just kind of like, whatever. And then when it comes to the Holocaust, yeah, I mean, personally, I don't see the Holocaust as a bad thing. That's my controversial take. Like, when it comes down to it, I don't think the Holocaust is a bad thing because when it like consequentially speaking, like I wouldn't encourage the Holocaust. Like if there was a way to if there was a button to redo the Holocaust or not redo the Holocaust, I wouldn't want to redo the Holocaust because I'm not racist. I don't encourage killing for senseless reasons such as racial like disagreements and stuff like that. But consequentially speaking, I'm a pro-mortalist, so death isn't bad for the one who dies, and given the fact that it's an entire generation prevented, I can't necessarily say that, like, in and of itself, like, genocide's bad, but consequentially speaking, genocide has a lot of perks for preventing future suffering. So, I mean, Amendum has a little. A lot of people have controversial views in the Holocaust. Denial of the Holocaust, I think, is like just insane. No, the Holocaust fucking definitely occurred. Now we can argue if like the nuances of like what parts of it were bad and what parts were good. I said the racial genocide, not very cool. That's quite horrible. Being racist, not Gucci. Um, Killing people because of racial reasons, not Gucci. Consequentially, the death of millions of people, preventing billions of people, because we know the population of the world fucking spiked by like what, like billions in the last like 50 years. Imagine those millions of people just reproducing. The population of the world would be a lot bigger right now. And then you have to take into account that if you're really fucking honest with yourselves, look at Israel. Look at Israel. Look at the war of Palestine right now, and look around at interviews of Israel and Palestine and ask yourself, huh, these people, do they seem empathetic to you? Does their religion seem like a religion of love to you? No. Judaism, Israelites, they believe they're God's chosen people. They believe God put them on the earth to be essentially a racial tyrant to monitor the rest of God's creation. Yeah, it's bullshit. So when it comes down to it, I can't say that it's. I'm not. I wouldn't have ever. I don't encourage racial violence, but as a consequentialist. I just look at reality, and to be fair, those Christians that say that, like, oh, what if the Holocaust was the best of all things? I can't deny that it's quite literally a possibility, because when it comes down to it, millions, billions of people prevented from suffering right now in the modern day. And we all know for a certain fact that Jewish people, by definition, are theologically racist and believe themselves superior to other races for no other reason than the fact that they believe that God put them here. So, hey, I mean, that's a few billion racists not alive today, I guess, modern times. So, consequentially speaking, Menem's denial of the Holocaust, pretty shitty. Do I have controversial opinions on the Holocaust? Yeah. But when it comes down to it, at least I'm not denying its fucking existence. Like, Christ, I'm not insane. No, like, there's literal transcripts of people deciding what they should do with all the Jews in Europe. They're like, we need to get rid of the Jews. What do we do? Should we cleanse them off the face of the earth? Should we make them be slaves? Should we put them into ghettos? And then there's like, no, we put them in the ghettos. It just tanks the economy. And then the other ones were just like, no, we can't genocide them all. That makes their image look bad. There's like entire arguments of like from every single different sector of Germany, all selfishly just trying to preserve their own image and ideology while at the cost of the Jews' welfare. Like they didn't give a fuck about the Jews. There was a Holocaust. The details that's really interesting about this is like why they enacted the Holocaust and what the nuances were. That's why I love the movie Conspiracy. It's just like a really interesting movie about how the people are fucking monstrously unempathetic and can do some horrible shit. So it's a very interesting film. Highly recommend you watch Conspiracy. If you do, you'll understand that the Holocaust 100% took place, and the Menem is an idiot for saying that it didn't take place. But oh, hello, Velociraptor. But you'll also, I mean, if you understand consequentialism, you understand that like a genocide is not bad in and of itself. Like a genocide to prevent another genocide, or a genocide to prevent an entire fucking future generation of suffering, is technically a good thing. Not a genocide in itself is a bad thing. Like if you just look at the word genocide, it's just like mass murder. It's like, okay, that doesn't sound Gucci. But when it comes down to the consequences of it, as a consequentialist, I can't really say it's bad. But that's not what Amendum's saying. He's not looking at consequences. He's just denying that it even occurred. So I'm just kind of like, oh, no. It's not like you turn someone off and that's also start people in the Holocaust. It's horrific. Yeah, they also start people in the Holocaust. Yeah, I know that. There's the way they went about the Holocaust was horrible. Like I don't deny that as well. So it's not just like they just didn't like flip a switch and turn people off like a red button or anything. They killed people in brutal, horrible ways, put them to work until their bodies slowly degraded away, and then just let them rot away on the ground. So yeah, I don't deny that the Holocaust is a horrible fucking process. Like if I was a benevolent dictator and I was gonna enact a Holocaust, aka genocide of all life on Earth, because it would be racially neutral, I would just genocide all life on Earth, animal, human, doesn't matter. Yeah, I wouldn't put people to work and would be like, oh, you're no longer useful, goodbye. No, I mean, maybe I'd do that to like criminals and shit like that. I'd put criminals to work and be like, if you don't want to participate in society and the benevolent cleansing of life, you can you can put the work or die. But when it comes down to it, for the most part, no. I mean, I basically think that treating people like tools is generally a bad thing. So it's just like, like, even though I think genocide isn't bad in and of itself, because prevent death isn't bad, I'm a pro-mortalist, and preventing future suffering is a priority. So these people statistically are thinking they're chosen people or whatever of God, and so it's just like, you know, I don't think genocide is bad in and of itself, but torturing people to death is not kosher. So it's not cool. It's the opposite of cool. It's fucked beyond fucked. So I mean, starving people to death, as you said, it's not like they just turn people off like that. No, they starve people to death. They put them to work. It's a brutal fucking process of millions of people dying in horrific ways. So I mean, if I was in charge, I would just be like mass executions of all life on Earth, not like putting people to work. But to each their own. To each their own. I mean, just kidding. It's not to each their own thing. But no, he's saying it's not in such numbers. It could definitely happen in such numbers. If you look at the movie Conspiracy, you'll see that it's definitely possible. They would have they basically just have like hidden projects, like half the genocide took place like in secret, like before the genocide even took place, they already had like engineering projects in motion to essentially have these concentration camps and gas factories built. Like everything was already built before it was even like set in motion per se. Like everything was like so secretive and like being like, it's kind of like, if you look at like Area 51 and like those planes that are being designed by the US government, like they would just like take in like workers from all across and like give them like certain parts to design, but no one knew what the fuck they were really building or whatever. It's kind of like that. Like they were basically doing that in Germany when they were constructing the gas chambers and shit. Like no one knew what the fuck they were really building besides people in charge. And they were just kind of building them at a mass scale. And then once they were ready, they're just kind of like, now we roll them out. And it was like, we are rolling them out. And they had like a very generic conversation, like, we have a problem. There are 6 million Jews in Europe, and we want to get rid of them. What are we gonna do? And they're all having these little cordial conversations back and forth. When the whole entire time the general dude's basically just slipping like, "We are going to kill them all, and we already have the means to do so. Now, how are we all going to work together to make this done?" So if you watch the movie Conspiracy, you will understand that like no, like they had the means to kill all these people. Again, not saying it's a good thing to kill people because you're a racist. What I am saying is that, if you're gonna kill people, consequentially as a pro-mortalist, so at least if you do it on a mass enough scale, you're probably doing a good thing. Remember, remember, small scale murder causes panic and therefore bad. Massive scale murder is a utilitarian blessing because the panic's still there, but the amount of cleansing makes up for it by prevention of future suffering. So, moral of the story is warfare, consequentially, probably a good thing. Unfortunately, remember that all wars in history probably good. So, hot takes here. Got hot takes here. Every war in history, Vietnam, whatever, think of the war, you name it, the more death that occurred, probably Gucci. The suffering, bad, not good. Really wish they all would have died instantly. But the fact that they all died and made it for means entire generations not born, peachy. So it's highly debatable. I mean, it is highly debatable. I mean, I'd say. I mean, it is highly debatable because I mean there are certain wars that I think if like you just look at it from like the economics perspective, it might have caused like I guess it depends on the war. But I mean, if the war caused a boom in population afterwards, then it's potentially a bad thing. But assuming that the war caused more death than population boom and therefore prevented more future generations from coming into existence, though the death is inevitable, and given the fact that 1 in 5 people die from cancer, 1 in 3 get cancer, disease is quite prevalent, chronic pain is prevalent. Like these people would all have lived lives of significant suffering either way. Warfare be damned. So the fact is, their death is kind of a utilitarian calculus. Like, yeah, a bullet in the head or back or whatever, or cancer. I mean, it's hard to say that the war is worse than cancer, really, honestly. So the fact that the whole entire future generation was prevented because of men dying at war. I mean, sure, it's sad for the wives and the people in the homeland or whatever, but they get over it, you know. And you can't really get over an entire future multiple generations. So I mean, if here, I mean, I'm gonna click the invite link and put it in the chat again. Womp. But if you want to discuss this a little bit more in detail, you're more than welcome to come on to the channel and we can discuss the ethics of warfare. For a long time in my life, I was very against war. I mean, am a leftist and was generally leftist for a majority of my life, so I've always kind of been anti-war. Now I just kind of think that, like, consequentially speaking, I mean, we shouldn't encourage warfare, but I think when warfare occurs, that there are benefits for it, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, we shouldn't just be like war hungry and just be like, yeah, death anywhere we can, yay. But at the same time, like, if it does happen, it's just kind of like, consequentially speaking. Did a bad really occur in the net hole? I don't know, man. Hard to say. What made you change your philosophy? I became a negative utilitarian. I used to be a utilitarian, now I'm a negative utilitarian. When you're utilitarian, obviously I mean, not necessarily. If you're very pessimistic and you're a utilitarian, you might still think that life is not worth creating and stuff like that. But you're more prone to taking pleasure into account if you're a classical utilitarian, as I was. And I'm fairly selfish, so I'm psychopathic. But yeah, basically now I'm a native utilitarian. I basically only care about the pain. I don't think pleasure. I think pleasure is secondary slash doesn't really. I don't think it really has any moral weight, if like at all. Like some native utilitarians say that pleasure is secondary, that it does have weight. It's just secondary to pain. I kind of think that like it's good for the beholder, but in terms of ethics and morality, it holds no value. So, because of that, my my belief, basically what I always say is like, as my little funny haha analogy is like, if there's someone bleeding out in front of you or if there's a broken arm, you have an obligation to help. But if there's some horny fucker in front of you that wants a hand job, you have no obligation to give them a handy. Because we don't have obligations to dish out pleasure. We don't have obligations to have people hugs, to say that their hair looks nice, or their shirt's well buttoned, or whatever. We don't have obligations to make people feel nice. We do have obligations to help people when needed, when there's pain, when there's visceral agony, when there's need. But that's kind of how my perspective shifted. Is just kind of like, it's kind of focus. It's gone from like just general utility to more just like a suffering focused ethics. Just like, I only care about reducing pain now. I think that ethics is just about reducing pain. Nice analogy. Yeah, thank you. So basically, now that I think all that matters is reducing pain, it kind of just comes down to like, well, what would maximally reduce pain in this situation? Well, for the individual, it's always going to be death, obviously. Obviously, if you cease existing, you're no longer going to suffer. So, on an individual cases, and just like you in a pocket dimension and another person in a pocket dimension with you, it's always going to be the case that taking another person's life and then your own is going to be the best case scenario. It's non-existence. It's the best case scenario, basically. But in reality, it's not a pocket dimension. Things are a little more complex than that. So you have to kind of take things into account a little bit more. So it's basically what prevents the most future suffering. So you have to also take into account panic and stuff. So that's why death isn't always going to be the best case scenario. That's why murder typically is frowned upon, even in utilitarian circles. But war is a little bit different because the panic, as we can see, as we can see in many cases of modern examples, the more death that occurs, the more desensitized people get to it. So, not that that's a good thing, it's kind of a disturbing thing about human nature, but it's beneficial from an evolutionary standpoint that we desensitize ourselves to things. But when it comes down to it, if you look at something like war, you can only be so shocked by a certain event. It's not, either you collapse and you break down, or you start to cope. And so, if war, the death is a good thing for the individuals that die, and the panic's bad, but there can only be a maximum quantity of panic. So, at some point, it just maxes out panic. So the more death that occurs, which is good for the individual, well, that means it's a good thing at some point, the more it occurs. So warfare, in my opinion, is one of those things. Unfortunately, genocide is probably one of those things as well. Tragic accidents like earthquakes, tornadoes, stuff like that, where just like massive amounts of people all die, and it's just kind of people are lost in the numbers, stuff like that, where it's just a numbers game where people are just lost in the sauce. It's kind of just like, it's still full of bad. I do not deny that it's full of bad, but it takes, as I say, to make an omelet, you have to crack an egg, So that's kind of how my perspective on life has changed. I don't think life is a good thing. I don't think life is a good thing. I'm putting that right there now. But I do think a lot of the things that we view as tragedies in life consequentially are good. They're only good because there's vessels that experience bad. So it's not like the Holocaust is a good thing in and of itself, okay? It's only good because it's only good because there's bad things that will occur and will definitely consequentially occur because things will reproduce if the Holocaust didn't occur. That being said, the Holocaust is, if someone just clicked a button to spawn holocausts, that would be horrible. That'd be bad. But the fact is, if the Holocaust didn't occur, that's billions more people suffering, billions more people demanding meat and products, billions of more people who are statistically racist because they believe themselves superior to everybody else because they're God's chosen people. Like, I can't believe that we're in such a bender. Yeah, blender. Yeah, basically. Like, it's just like the situation's fucked no matter what. Like, everything's just fucked. Like, genocide in itself is fucked. If you push a button to activate genocides, that's bad. But if you don't allow death to occur, that just allows procreation to be more flourishing and suffering to be plentiful. So, potentially. No, I believe terror panic might increase exponentially to get to the point of slow growth, but growth in terror nonetheless. And none still more panic than men. I suppose you might be right. Yeah, it might be like more like a slow growth than like a maximum capacity. I don't know. I feel like there is like a maximum capacity, like your brain just kind of overloads at some point. But even if it is like a slow growth, like at some point, I feel like I don't know. I guess like I mean by genocide leads to more panic than many genocides. I mean it's more like I guess if you were to think of like a bunch of small deaths like and like half the quantity of like a genocide, like I don't know, like say like 500,000 people versus a million people. If all of a million people died in like one big explosion or one like 9/11, it's really bad, But like if there was just like individual case events that occurred like all across the country of small little bombings or something that added up to 500,000, I feel like it would be a much more visceral remembered event because like people are less lost in the sauce, so to speak. Hence what I mean by like mini genocides are more like viscerally like experienced and like recognized as bad than like just one mass die off. Hence why like a war is more recognized because it's like a massive label, but you can't directly experience the death of each individual and imagine it. It's just kind of like they get lost as one big number. Well, you can like imagine a Columbine, and you can imagine a fucking I'm trying to Pompeii. I was trying to remember. Wow, I don't know. I forgot the name of Pompeii, like the volcano eruption. You can imagine Nagasaki or Hiroshima. You can imagine all these little events and add them all up in your mind and be like, that all those things suck really a lot. You can imagine yourself being vaporized. You can imagine your limbs being torn apart by rabid dogs or like bamboo growing through them and stuff. Like unless you discriminate in said values, you're gonna have the same rate of racists. Well, yeah, you're gonna have the same rate of racists, yeah. But the fact is, you took that rate that was gonna go like the same rate as yeah. The rate's gonna go over here. Like it's just like this is your line, okay, your bar graph. But basically, here's your bar, and then here's the Holocaust. You just took that bar and went, and then just whoop. The angle doesn't change, but you just shot the population down over here. So, I mean, I guess it looks more better if you go like this because, okay, boop. So here's your bar graph. You got like I guess like the corner of the screen's like there. Here's our angle. So like you got your population growth. The rate stays the same. Whatever things are growing, shrinking, whatever. Rate the same. But then you got the Holocaust, China, pop, boop, chop, big chop. So the rate's still growing the same, but like I don't disagree with you. The rates to the racists is going to stay the same. But the fact is that you just chopped the population by 6 million. So even though the rate of population is still growing at the exact same rate, the population just dropped by 6 million. So technically speaking, by the time you get to 2023, there are exponentially like way less racists in the world. Like there would be there would be like a few billion more racists right now. Like that's not it would be like 6 million more. You know, even though we got rid of they got rid of 6 million racist people, but like you would be like technically billions. You know, like a billion more or whatever. Like by this point. So I mean that's my point is basically like the rate stays the same, the graph, the angle stays the same, but like if you chop that rate down by the time you get to this point, I don't know. Perhaps you're just bad at math. I don't fucking know. Maybe I'm just bad at language. Like maybe I shouldn't have said the word rate. Maybe it's not the rate. It's just numbers. Like there's way less numbers. Like the rate's just still the same. Like it's not like the curvature is changing. Ooh. But when it comes down to it, the number per se, the exact number that would exist in a quantity, like in total throughout time, like would be more if the Holocaust never occurred. Anyways, we're having a very interesting conversation about the nature of the Holocaust, and I don't know how do we get on this. I blame my transhumanists for bringing up Mendham's controversial point, which also brought up Mendham's other controversial point, which is the Holocaust denying, and that brought up this literal fucking 30-minute tangent. God damn it. Anyways, let's get back onto the subject of how pain is bad and inherently bad. All things are equal in value. The only thing that matters is your consequential nature of how much pain you produce or prevent. And how the best way to prevent it is basically, convincing people not to reproduce or doing things to prevent people from reproducing, mass sterilization, killing off wild animals. For people, I think dialogue's probably the best option at the moment. Given the means of utility, don't cause mass panic and all that, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, let's get back into it.
So obviously, I should just clarify what my point is. Obviously, I'm not saying that it's futile to try to make a difference in the world. I mean, my view is very much the opposite. But the point here is just about our own actions and what kind of, basically what value we have. Because I'm interested in how can we take the best actions that minimize the most suffering and expectation. And the thing is that relative to future scenarios where humanity just does go extinct, or just decides that on its own. I mean, that's the counterfactual impact of our actions, which I gather would just be to expedite that process, right? That wouldn't actually be much of a difference compared to a scenario where, and we can say this is highly unlikely, but I would argue not negligibly so. Just that the future could be far worse. I mean, we could see population increases. Like, for example, this could happen by just like China instituted this one-child policy. We can imagine an authoritarian state that institutes policies where you have to have more children and strongly incentivizes that. In fact, there are historical examples of that, I believe.
Yeah, the historical examples based on religious states. So again, no, all we have to, if we got rid of religious states right now, this conversation wouldn't even need to be taking place because it would be so obvious that people are having babies seriously and they're not doing it for silly cultural reasons. They're doing it for individual personal gain reasons. And when they do that mathematics, they figure out it's not in my best interest to have 8 to 10 kids. And most women would choose not to have those children. So there's a ton of women in the third world right now who have no choices, and them having choices is the biggest thing we can do is give them the freedom to make a personal choice about what they want to do with their existence. And that's clearly the number one cause of current population growth. So I'm just saying, again, I'm all for making this argument, and this idea that somehow there's an obstacle is what I'm arguing against. There is absolutely no obstacle to our future being where human beings are just too sophisticated to play stupid games. They don't play stupid games anymore. Your theory of what the first future could be entirely depends on idiocracy completely winning, all the intellectuals dropping dead, and a bunch of morons taking control.
But you also have to concede that it's a risk, right? And that's something to take seriously and do our best to.
Yeah, I know, but it's the same fight. Though doing your best to minimize it means stopping the third world. It means telling religious people to shove it. That's the number one thing anti-natalists can do, is go to war with religion.
Right. So, but religion still isn't the only risk of future suffering. I mean, that would be
I think it is the only risk. Okay, there's no rational way that somebody becomes delusional about the function of human beings. We all see it. We all watch our parents degrade and die. We all watch maybe our brother and sister drop dead for some stupid reason, get killed in some horrible way, or be paralyzed. We see people born with ALS. All of these realities face every single individual. And I'm arguing the fact is, if they're not driven by some moronic culture to keep stepping into that mud, that they will choose not to step into the mud.
Right, but I mean, I would still just argue that there are other risks, and it's important to not neglect those and to take those other risks very seriously. I mean, so one risk, for example, that
they're fooling around in a freaking temple. There's this Fiar, a radio guy who started somewhere restrained. Then he went batshit random and wouldn't put him in contest participation list. Huh. Interesting. I've never heard of that, but I don't deny there's weird fuckers in the community. I mean, I literally have homicidal ideation. I'm a weird fucker, but I mean, I have self-control and discipline and rationale. But there's a lot of antinatalists in the community who are just kind of depressed motherfuckers who are like, I'm angry at my mom and dad for bringing me into existence. Fuck you, mom and dad. I'm angry. I always want to take on my rage in the world, and I'm actually a nihilist. I don't think there's any value. I just am angry, and I want to be making other people feel sad for bringing me here, because I don't feel there's any value, and that makes me angry. So yeah, like, fuck a bunch of people. They're just a bunch of illogical cunts just hop on bandwagons and say they're antinatalists. Well, fucking being illogical cunts that just wanna, yeah, I don't know, man. There's a bunch of fucking bandwagon cunts that are just oppressives and misanthropic or violent or edgy, so they just don't have any logic behind why they believe what they believe. They don't have any basis. They don't believe pain has any value. They don't believe experience has any value behind it. So yeah, he's kind of special. Oh, he's just retarded. Oh, rip. It happens to the best. But when it comes down to it, yeah, I mean, Ripperoni. I mean, yeah, Ripperoni. And sorry that he is disabled and that the world is fucked. But yeah, I mean, for me, my brain's screwy, but at least I have logical reasoning. I'm blessed with that. Other people don't have that, and self-control is not something that they're blessed with. That can't be something they're blamed for. There's no free will, obviously. Everything's been determined for us. Our brain psychology has been determined for us. But, you know, the consequences of action still matter, so your pain still matters, and the things you cause still matter, so don't sell your experience short, and the pain that you cause for others, don't sell their experiences short. So it matters. Don't be a dickhead. Directly to people. If you're like me, you want to be a dickhead. I mean, yeah. I mean, don't be a dickhead people's faces. I mean, do as I say, don't do as I do, y'all. Okay, I'm kind of an asshole. If you watched the video where I was on Do Not Watch's channel and I was kind of being like having an interview with Noodles, I'm a prick. I'm an asshole. I'm a real meanie beanie. But when it comes down to it, don't be a meanie beanie. Don't be like me. Okay. No, I mean he's unique, but yeah, I guess he's also somewhat damaged. Question mark. Oh, okay. And that was a weird way of saying he's unique. You mean We usually people say someone's special. It's like a very nice, kind way of saying that they're like mentally impaired. But I appreciate the clarification. Now I feel like I'm an asshole, but I mean, I already just said I'm an asshole, so it's not like it really matters. Who gives a shit? Not me. People having extremely hard time to think logically. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, people really do have a fucking hard time thinking logically. It's just like, dude. I generally am still angry about yesterday, about those fuckers that come up to me and were like, "Oh yeah, we're so inspired that you're out here doing activism." I should do some activism a little bit actually. But they're like, "I'm so inspired by you doing activism." Noodle's just silly. Yeah, Noodle's is just silly. But yeah, those people that came up to me yesterday and were just like, "I'm so inspired," and they made one of them made their own sign, the other one just talked to me. Like, how in the fuck are these people just so hateful and spiteful that they're willing to spend their time of day to actually just cause hate and counter protest? Not even because they believe in something. They don't believe in something. They don't believe that pain's bad. They don't really believe in like anything. They're just sort of like, I don't like these guys. I'm just gonna counter protest with this guy because I don't like them. It still pisses me off. I'm still angry about yesterday a little bit because even the people that ally with you because they just want to put a fucking gun to another guy's head. They don't actually believe in anything. All these people don't believe in shit. They're just fucking like Noodles, man. Doesn't believe in shit. Silly little Billy just has emotions. It's cognitive, no cognitive empathy, just effective empathy. Just mommy says this, and I feel bad some days. And I don't like feeling bad some days, and I recognize that I won't be deprived of things. I don't like feeling bad, so therefore I'm an antinatalist because I don't like feeling bad. And I'm like, that doesn't really sound like antinatalism, but fair enough. So you're telling me you don't want people to be brought into existence because why? Well, because of rights. Oh, okay. But you do get into a car and drive. Like, you do believe in insects' rights, right? Yeah, I believe in insect rights. Okay, but you get into a car and drive, so you clearly don't believe in insects' right that much, or you're willing to splatter a bunch of them. Oh, well, it's different. Okay. So it just doesn't upset you, so it doesn't matter. Well, yeah, it's kind of like my mom. Like, I I would tie if it was the whole world my mom on a train track, I wouldn't splat my mom. In fact, I'm Noodles. I would torture the whole entire world. Fuck. It doesn't matter if it's your best friend. I would watch them get raped and their spine split open and be a paraplegic for the rest of their life if my mom is on the other track. And this is logic, it's just logic. I don't get where they're protesting. I don't know, man. Generally don't know what people are protesting at this point. Antinatalists, people like Noodles, don't know what they're protesting. Not a clue. So many people are just like, I don't like this, but they don't know why they fucking don't like this. It's because they don't like their own pain, but they don't even believe their own pain objectively matters. They're just being selfish. Like, it's truly just selfishness to the fucking core, I think. They aren't really protesting anything. They're just trying to have pick me points, I think, at this point. I genuinely think people are just trying to. Yeah, that was abortion protests. Yeah, that was abortion protests. But I was at an abortion protest yesterday. They do it all the time outside of Planned Parenthood. A bunch of pro-lifers go there and shit. So every once in a while, I'll go there and counter protest with my antinatalist signs. But yeah, some people come up to me and they're like, "Oh my gosh, we see you out here every once in a while. We're so inspired," and then they just like literally just be a bunch of hateful bastards. They don't have any. They don't believe there's anything. Like, they literally called me an extremist for thinking that having a child is unnecessary and that there's pain in life. And given that the fact that it's unnecessary to cause that pain, it's technically an immoral thing to do or unethical thing to do. And I'm an extremist. Yeah, I knew this is an idiot. So, I mean, so yeah, the abortion protest was just, it was fucking so stupid, man. It's just like, I'm going there to counter protest the pro-lifers and also spread a message that, like, you know, life is suffering. And then these people just show up and they're just like, no, I actually disagree with you too, but I just want to fuck these guys up emotionally. And because I'm too much of a coward to come out here myself, I need you to be there as my little backup. Thanks for having the big balls and coming out here, you know? No one's been asked to me, but people, I'm not like people that protest, they weren't asked to me. It's just like, it pisses me off. I don't know. People don't need to be an asshole to me for me to get pissed off. People disrespect me in different ways. If you call my belief system an opinion, like if you call my belief system like an opinion or something like that, like I don't know, like you don't need, you know, like there's different ways to piss me off without being a direct asshole. Like if someone just is being a dickhead to me, sure, that'll annoy me, but that won't directly like anger me. What angers me is when someone like said, when I explain to someone something that I believe is true, which I know is true. I've experienced this truth. I know pain sucks. I've I've had my best friend committed suicide. I've experienced visceral agony. And these people are just like, yeah, visceral agony, bad. Okay, cool, cool. Visceral agony, bad. Life. We don't need to create it. It's unnecessary to do so. No one is going to be tortured or agonized by not creating a new life. And they're like, yeah, I agree with that. Okay, I agree with that. There's so far that all checks out. That is 100% objectively true. Life has pain, and no one needs to create life. Therefore, I say, it is wrong to do so because it is an unnecessary imposition of harm on another. And if there's such thing as a wrong action, it is a imposition of unnecessary harm on another. And then that's where they just look at me and they're like, "Oh man, no man, no man, no man, that's an opinion. That's an opinion. That's an interesting opinion. And I think that I respect the fact that you think that, but that's just an opinion." And I'm like, okay, it's either everybody in the planet just happens to think there's an Izalok gap or something, and just I'm the only one that just doesn't get that, just doesn't naturally get this Izalok gap, that like for some reason when I experience suffering, I just naturally understand that there's an ought that shouldn't occur, that there's something fucked up in the universe when there's suffering. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I just experience thought with the A's and everybody else doesn't. But when it comes down to it, so many of these motherfuckers just stops right there. It's just like, yeah, unnecessary, checks out. Pain does exist, it's bad, checks out. Shouldn't do that though. What an extremist. Wow, he's an extremist. He doesn't want to cause unnecessary pain. He thinks it's bad to cause unnecessary pain, that you shouldn't cause unnecessary pain, that you're actually a horrible person, that you are a bad person, that you are a person that's manifesting evil in the world by doing so. Wow, what an extremist. It's like, I fucking. It's just like, they don't need to be mean to me to anger me. They don't need to be rude to me, don't be an asshole to me. They just need to show that they disrespect me. They disrespect my belief system. They disrespect intellectual honesty. They disrespect anything that means they care. They have any level of passion for anything. It's like they walked up to me to say, "Oh yeah, I thank you for being out here for all these hours. I really needed an ally to spit in these guys' faces with." Oh yeah, of course. I'm also spitting in your face by basically saying that you're wasting your time by trying to advocate for all of this because I don't agree with anything. that you're saying. I just wanted to spit in the face of these pro-lifers, and you're giving me an opportunity to do so. That's basically what they came up to me and said. That's what they came up to me and said. They didn't say it directly, but they basically came up to me consequentially and were just like, I wanted to spit in these pro-lifers' faces, and you gave me an opportunity to do so. You're not an ally of mine. You're just an opportunity. So yeah, that's how I look at the world. People look at the world in such positive light. I don't. Most people be like, wow, these people came up to me and thanked me for my time and effort and my activism. I'm so happy. No, there's nothing to be happy about. You're just being a tool. And you can recognize that if you're being honest with yourself.
some people have explored and taken very seriously are risks of technological scenarios that go very badly, where, for example, you have things spiraling out of control because of technology, and that could give rise to, for example, a population explosion in other kinds of sentient beings. And this is a risk. Again, it's not necessarily the most likely outcome, but again, that's not the point. I mean, to claim that a scenario is the scenarios that are most worth preventing are not necessarily the most likely, but they are those scenarios that contain the greatest amount of suffering. And I think if one's primary concern is to minimize future suffering,
well, I don't see how any of those concerns would ever implicate the natural environment in some significant way. So I don't see how. Well, the vast amount of suffering is not happening to human beings. Human beings are a tiny percentage of the mammalian life, and they're a tiny percentage of the sentient life on this planet. So, frankly, the fact that humans go a little loopy or do something double stupid or triple stupid would be a rather insignificant uptick in the amount of suffering on planet Earth.
Yeah, but exactly, on planet Earth. So these worst case outcomes, they wouldn't just be contained on Earth. I mean, these things could potentially explode to outer space. And the point is, and this is very much not an intuitive point.
Sorry. Okay, I'm supposed to see that that's somehow different than religious philosophy. This whole belief in space travel or space colonization makes absolutely zero sense. I mean, the amount of money, the amount of resources, the money, technology you would have to apply to create any kind of population anywhere in space is an insane expense. That we are not in a natural environment where you can have a kid for free and feed him for free. There's no free lunch out in space. So, human existence is going to be preposterously expensive in space.
Oh, so that is true. But again, the argument here isn't necessarily that it's human life that's going to suffer. So these worst case outcomes, it could involve very strange kinds of suffering that don't exist on Earth presently.
Well, I know. So why don't I just invent every possible fantasy and then worry about it? I'm sorry, that's just a fantasy. In my opinion, has the amount of probability that exists there is so small that it can't possibly be a focus.
Like I agree with Amanda here, because what Magnus is doing is the same shit that fucking Do Not Watch does. He just has this intellectual veneer about it. It's the most hypothetical scenarios of maximal suffering, the most maximal risk may not be probable, but if you look at the statistical odds and start doing math, it's worth preventing. Now, what if there's a button that is like an Aztec temple deep within the Amazon jungle that if we trip upon the lever, releases an ancient mummy curse that causes every person to be transported to a hell dimension and suffer for all of eternity. Now, we should prioritize preventing expeditions to South America because we might stumble across this ancient temple that I've imagined, and due to the fact that, as we say, the most perfect God is one that exists not in the mind but in reality. So therefore, it must exist. Therefore, just as this temple, the most dangerous temple, exists not only in the mind but in reality. So therefore, it must exist. You must have, statistically speaking, there is a chance that this temple exists. So we must prioritize avoiding the Hell Temple. We must dedicate our time to contemplating avoiding the Hell Temple, because it could provide infinite suffering for all of eternity. And technically speaking, infinite suffering, even though it's a low probability this will occur, infinite suffering divided by low probability still comes out to infinite risk. And infinite risk is a lot of risk, guys. So we should prioritize Hell Temple. Fuck you, Magnus. Are you gonna see the new bestseller? Do not watch First the Demiurge. No, man, I'm not gonna watch that. Do not watch if he writes a book, if he fucking writes a movie. You can go fuck himself, man. Do not watch as a piece of shit.
So, but that's the point, and that's very much where I disagree. So I agree basically that it is by no means the most likely scenario. But if we're going to take an expected value framework, it is true that the disvalue in such a scenario would be so great that it actually does merit concern, because the population increase could be millions of times bigger than anything that could be contained. And that is
I mean, this is like not seeing the forest through the blue.
See, like, oh yeah, man, like, what if we transport ourselves into space, and despite the fact that we all know that nuclear decay occurs, what if we just transport ourselves to Mars? And I know it's gonna take like millions, billions of dollars, and like Elon Musk has been promising that we'll be colonizing Mars 10 years ago. 10 years ago, he said we'd be on Mars in 2023. Guess what? It's 2023. It's almost 2024. We're not on Mars. Not gonna be on Mars any fucking time soon. So it's just like, yeah, sure. There's a 0.0001% risk we colonize Mars, and then that we find a way to stop nuclear decay from the supermolecule. We populate the entire solar system, move on to other galaxies, and all of this existential risk exists. And what if there's aliens out there, Mendham? What if it turns out there's aliens? If we could prevent the aliens, we could make a Death Star and prevent nuclear decay of our supermolecules, and we could travel the cosmos, Death Starring all the aliens. What if we can really prevent truly net suffering, Amendum? What if you are the real villain here, Amendum? What if you are actually preventing possibility to prevent net suffering by advocating for extinction? Fuck you. No one's gonna invent a goddamn Death Star. No one's gonna find the way to prevent nuclear decay. No one's gonna find a way to travel in your light speed. It's all bullshit. It's fantasy realm bullshit. It's the same shit that, like, it's just, it's horseshit, man. It's fantasy realm. Woo-wah. What you say to watch? I'm just seeing it. Summer's hit. Huh. Everyone's seeing it. Summer's hit. Oh, people are watching my stream or what? I don't know. If people are watching my stream, that's interesting. I don't know, but I don't believe people are watching.
Berry bush or something. I mean, you're getting distracted by something that has absolutely nothing to do with the reality of the scope of a real risk. I'm sorry, there's no real risk that life, a sentient life, is going to somehow infest space. It just isn't a likelihood.
I'm afraid there is a real risk.
What the fuck is a CTMU? And I don't know who Christopher Langs is. If you spelled the abbreviation for me, I mean, yeah, if you spelled the abbreviation for me, I don't feel like looking it up. I'll give my opinion on it, but I don't know who Chris Lang is, but I'm pretty neutral on individuals. So, I mean, if you give me a definition of what the CTMU is, I'm sure I can give my opinion on a neutral opinion on what that means for this Chris guy. Cognitive theory model of the universe. Oh, okay. I'll look that up really quickly. I'm guessing based off of just the semantics of what that sounds like, cognitive theory model of the universe, I'm guessing it means that, like, we generate the universe of our own minds, that, like, essentially we gaze upon the universe and the universe gazes upon us. So, like, whatever, like, we basically manifest the universe or whatever, but theory of everything that proves the existence of God. Oh, well, I'll look at it. I'll look into it really quickly, but I don't think that. I mean, I believe that the contingency argument's pretty strong for the existence of a creator, but I don't think that there's very strong evidence for God existing right now. But if there is, that'd be interesting. So I'll look into the cognitive theoretical model of the universe. Let me see. Here, we can just pause this video. I'll come back to it, Magnus Finding and whatever. I'm curious. Cognitive theoretic universe.
You lose your, if you're not intelligent, you don't cultivate your intelligence and make the most of it, eventually you lose sight of truth entirely. And that's what has happened to most of these people. They're adapting, okay, we've got a narrative. I'm not going to get ahead in life unless I accept the narrative. So they accept the narrative. It's called adaptation. Okay, it's artificial. It's not like natural selection, where nature selects you. Okay, you're being selected now by a bunch of ideologues. Bunch of people who want you to adopt a certain way of looking at things because they have all the money and power and they want to keep it forever. You lose your, if you're not intelligent, you don't
Say
cultivate your
anything.
intelligence
He
and
didn't
make
say
the most of
anything
it.
there. So
Eventually, you
let's
lose sight of truth entirely.
try to find what this is.
I read a lot online in response to the CTMU. Well, the CTMU is one big tautology, so-called super tautology. That means it says nothing. That means it adds nothing. Tautologies are redundant. Okay, that's the semantic version of a tautology, right?
Okay.
A rose is a flower, a horse is an animal, etc., etc.
Okay, let's just look it up on Google. Kurt Jamalin's video. Okay, I'll look it up really quickly.
Chris Langan is an autodidact who's known for having
Holy
the highest recorded
shit.
IQ in America. And he's conceived of an
It's 4
extremely
hours long.
inventive theory of everything called the cognitive theoretic model of the universe, or the CTMU for short. This introduction will be fairly lengthy, so feel free to skip to the timestamp here if you're uninterested and want to get straight to the podcast. My name is Kurt Mungle, and I'm a filmmaker with a background in math and physics.
I'm really interested. I'd like to get into that.
But some people, I don't know, I have a couple of groups and we occasionally hold conferences and they get to ask questions. And I think that I bring a lot of them up to speed on the theory fairly quickly. The ones who have read the theory, there are people that read the 2002 paper, for example, many of them, and they're quite expert on it and they've done a lot of thinking about it and they know what it's about. Other people, they'll read a couple of paragraphs and, I hate this. And then they stop and then they go online and do some trolling or whatever. And that's the end of that.
Why don't you give an overview of your theory for those who are uninitiated, a broad strokes view?
Well, the CTMU is a theory of everything. There are two kinds of theory of everything.
Wow,
One of them
so
is
deep.
a physical theory. Usually it's related to a unified field theory in some way, which means the forces of nature are supposed to be unified into one general force. But of course, that's only part of reality. And my theory is a theory of everything in the metaphysical sense. It actually has to conform to certain logical criteria, which in philosophy and metaphysics govern what a theory of everything has to be. So I like to characterize it as the language that reality speaks to itself about itself. It is a language. A language is an algebraic structure. This is a particular kind of language that reality actually uses to communicate with itself and to make decisions regarding how it models itself.
Oh
Which is
yeah, of
another way
course
to
it
say
does.
how it evolves. Right?
So
And it
intelligent.
can be modeled.
Yeah, reality just looked at itself and was just like, yeah, I need to start tearing myself apart. Okay. I mean, I'm willing to hear you out because Philippe Manlander, but that's about it. I mean, if you start saying some Philippe Manlander stuff, I'm gonna be like, nice, I agree with you. But if you're just gonna be like, in God's beauty and wisdom, He made the universe to communicate with itself and decide to spontaneously start mutating to tear itself apart and devour its own star energy, causing rape, murder, homicide, starvation, famine, things deteriorating by the second, and the need to rip apart other things just to maintain their substance. Yeah, beautiful. So, I mean, if that's the universe communicating with itself, wow, this is fucking masochist. The universe is pretty fucking masochistic if that's how it communicates with itself. So he's gonna have to explain to me how there's a pretty good reason behind this. If he goes into the Philippe Mainlander approach of it being like God intended to destroy itself through a mechanism of suicide, and this evolution is basically just the means of self-destruction of biology like getting more complex to destroy itself, more efficiently. Free will exists. Oh yeah, of course it exists. Yeah. Uh, you definitely have free will, Big Biff. Of course you do. You control the neurons in your brain. You control the fact that you have the desire, whatever your fetishes are, whatever your sexual orientation, you control it. You manifest that. Devil and evil exists. Well, that's bullshit, my friend. CTMU says the devil and evil exists. Well, then it's bullshit. I'll hear this video out until we get to the horse shit like that. But the devil exists. The devil, some guy of horns. She's like, ooh, hoo, hoo. I was created by God to be evil, not because. and somehow I'm evil because not because God's evil, but because guess what? I just spontaneously am evil. Evil just exists when I exist. I'm the devil. Yeah, that's the game we're playing. The devil is the logical complement of God. Oh, so like just like there's darkness and light. Yeah, fuck you. Darkness is the absence of anything. Light is photons. There is no there doesn't need to be a complement to God. There doesn't need to be there doesn't need to be a manifestation of evil to be good. There doesn't need to be just look at Eastern religion and you'll understand, my friend. You don't need if I strip you of every good thing that has ever occurred in your life, you will still suffer. You don't need to have rainbows and sunshine to feel a knife get slid down your wrist. You will suffer without knowing good. It doesn't need to be a rainbow to know the darkness. Okay? All you need to know doesn't need to be opposites, okay, my friend? There doesn't need to be opposites. The devil, the complement to God. Yeah, fuck off. There needs to be light and darkness. There's balance to everything. Yeah, fuck off. In order to find X, you simultaneously define the complement of X. No, you don't. We just artificially create these bullshit things. So, in order to define a leprechaun, you simultaneously define the opposite of the leprechaun. The anti-leprechaun exists. It's just logic. It's just logic. The anti-leprechaun. For everything, there exists an opposite. If there's a God, there's a devil. If there's a shark, there's the anti-shark. If there's the gold, there's the anti-gold. For the particle, there's the anti-particle. Where's the antiparticle? Science says there's an antiparticle. There's antiparticles all around us, but we can't point to them. They're there, though. The antiparticles, the antiprotons, the anti-leprechauns, the anti-unicorns, the devil. Yeah, prove it. Prove it. It's just logic, man. The anti-leprechauns. Yeah, fucking prove it. Because I can show how we have all these concepts in our mind, bro. Darkness, light. But we know for a fucking fact, light is a photon. A thing with substance, a photon. Darkness is the absence of photons. It's not a thing. There is no such thing as an anti-leprechaun. There is no such thing as darkness. Darkness is a concept. There is no you can't grab a darkness. You can't look at a darkness. Darkness doesn't give things substance. A photon allows things to have substance. It allows you to perceive things. It gives energy to things and allows them to reflect on your cornea and whatever, and allows you to see things because a photon exists. It allows it to interact with other things. Darkness doesn't interact with things because darkness is the absence of things. Just as the devil doesn't fucking exist. It's a concept. Just because I don't believe in a god, but just if there was a god, there doesn't need to be a devil. Just because there's a creator doesn't need to be like some anti-creator, the manifestation of evil. I'll read into this, but you're not very fucking convincing. You're telling me this man's the smartest man on earth because there has to be an opposite of everything. It's just logic. The anti-leprechauns, man. Just read CMU and you'll understand there has to be for everything. This is literally just the God argument this is literally just a fancy version of, I forget the name of the argument, but the one where it's just like the best possible world, like the best possible thing. If you can imagine the best possible being, what's more better than that? The one that exists. Ooh. Therefore, God exists. What's better than the best possible island? The island that exists in reality, and that makes it God. Therefore, God exists. You are mischaracterizing logic right now. I'm not mischaracterizing logic. Logic's bullshit, my friend. I mean, logic's, when it's used the way you're using, is fucking bullshit. So, you're telling me that there has to be an opposite for everything. Oh my fucking god. Yeah. Okay, of course there does. Smartest man alive, this guy. Smartest man in America. Yeah. Apparently I just won up the smartest man in America, guys. Vote me for president in 2040. Because I'm 40 in 2040. I'm viable. The smartest man alive is viable for presidency. You heard it here. I'm able to defeat the smartest man alive by proving that photons exist and darkness, the opposite of light, is just a concept. Crazy. So, yeah. The anti-leprechauns, man. The devil exists because God. Please explain to me how the devil is the opposite of God. Explain to me. I mean, like you say to me that there exists for every X there exists something that complements the X. How does the devil complement God? How is it necessary for the devil to exist? If you look at the story of the devil, it's literally just Lucifer Morningstar, the first angel created. who got jealous of God's power and rebelled against him. How was that a necessary occurrence? How was it necessary for there to be a rebellious entity that views itself equal to God and therefore, for some reason, in viewing itself equal to God, also manifests the desire for rape to exist, pain to exist, starvation, torment, every pain, like, you're telling me that for some reason, when God poofed into reality by its own contingency because of nature, it somehow contingently also manifested the need for Lucifer Morningstar to exist. Yeah, no, I'm not buying it. Oh, okay, that's a little bit better, but then don't say the devil. Say God is good, and for the just say good exists and bad exists. Okay, for pain there exists pleasure. I agree. For pain there exists pleasure. I mean, in a way, not really, but kind of in a way. Like, I don't actually think pleasure really exists in a positive sense, but I think the phenomenon of a subjective perception of pleasure exists. So yeah, I mean, in a way, if there's an opposite. So what? Yeah, you can say if to you good, if to you God is good, which means pleasure, then sure, God exists. And if to you the devil is bad and therefore pain, then the devil exists. I don't pinch my arm and go, ow, the devil is attacking me. But if you want to say, ow, the devil's attacking me whenever someone pinches you, then that makes you happy to say that the devil is what's causing it. It's not just a phenomenon. No one is your neurons firing in your brain and a way that's an aversive response. Yeah, just go for it. If you want to call it evil, if you want to call it the devil, fine. We can play that game. So, you seem to be referring to religious characterizations that aren't necessary to the CM. You called the devil. You called God and the devil. You were the one that started saying devil and God and shit, man. Like, those are religious characterizations. If you ask me, these are religious characterizations. You brought them up. I didn't. So, of course, I'm going to be playing of those caricatures. So you brought up those caricatures. Pleasure is all things that are a positive phenomenon, all things that are wanted, all things that are desirable, all things that are good to have occurred, all things basically that are a subject perceives as positive, wanted. That is what pleasure is. Are you playing Fairy Tale today? Yeah, apparently we are. Apparently we are. But yeah, I mean, if you want to define God as just being something that's good, then yeah, I mean, okay, God exists, good exist. I mean, I hate it when religious people do this, when they equate God to morality. Like, there's no difference. Like, God is good, bad is devil. They're actually just concepts. Because then it's just like it's just saying that theology is just moral philosophy, or that these two things are just the exact same subject. Anyways, thanks for your interest. Well, if you're just dipping out, have fun, have a good day or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, it's. I'll look into this thing, but when it comes down to it, if he wants to just twist language so that theology can still exist, and hey, go for it. But I'm just saying that what is bad is sensation that are negative, like pain. All negative sensations, emotional or physical, classified as pain, aka negative things, and all things are positive, wanted, or pleasure, aka good things. If you want to call that God, go for it. But, you know, hey. Okay, here's the thing. I don't think reality is sentient. I mean, that's basically what I was thinking. It was what this theory was, is the whole thing of like the universe peering on itself or whatever. The whole like fucking solipsism bullcrap or whatever. Like, oh, the universe looks for all of us. All of us are, what's the fucking term? Not atoms, not fucking. Like, it's like a term that's like similar to atom, but it means like a particle that's like all encompassing, like a God particle, basically. It's like a particle that like, it's like, imagine every atom in the universe is individually God and has its own perception of like all things. I forgot what the term is for that, but I don't know. But when it comes down to it, I don't believe that. I don't believe the universe is perceiving shit. It's just certain things align in certain ways that create reactions that happen to be creating sentience. A rock isn't sentient, an atom isn't sentient, a photon isn't sentient as far as I'm aware. It takes a certain configuration to create sentience. You start scrambling up the neurons, start lobotomizing some for a fucker. We all know what happens to the brain. It gets destroyed. And we all know what happens to the sentience when we destroy the brain. It goes bye-bye also. So it takes a certain pattern of neurons. It takes a certain pattern of neural pathways. Explain the hard problem of consciousness then. Oh, not that. This is that's what's really funny about the hard problem of consciousness, is it really isn't that hard. We know evolution exists, my friend. We know billions of fucking years, billions of years of random mutations, things tearing each other apart. It doesn't take a whole lot of effort to basically be like, oh wow, yeah, you start responding slightly to environmental things. There's nothing behind it. It just happens that like you go to the left whenever there's the sun over here and the sun's cooking everything. It's really hot. It's really fucking hot. Everything that gets close to the sun dies. Everything goes farther away from the sun. It dies. And everything that's in the middle, right around here, kind of lives. It's a homeostasis. And so those little microorganisms start to adapt to have like aversive responses to their environment. But they need to maintain energy to be able to move around this environment. So they start kind of, the ones that divide, they start like ripping each other apart and having responses that like basically like if you basically whatever one happened to survive based on those random responses in the environment, passed down those random responses in the environment, and those responses got more complex and more complex to be more efficient at passing themselves on. And then suddenly you start getting a thing called sensation. You get a really good advanced response to the environment called pain. And then you get a really advanced response to this pain that contemplate the pain to more vastly to have more efficient responses at avoiding the pain so you can reproduce better. So when it comes down to it, it's not a hard process of this consciousness thing. It's not gonna just pop into existence. It's very, 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 very gradual. So why have sentience if we could just run like machines and mechanisms don't explain sentience at all? You're religious, aren't you, Biff? You're religious. No, there is no purpose. None of this has purpose, you fuckface. My best friend killing herself, getting raped, and being betrayed by her family, and then basically downing a bunch of pills. There's no purpose to that. There is no fucking purpose. None of this sentience has purpose. Random fucking mutations. This death, this chaos, this suffering, none of it has purpose. None of it. Okay? Wow, heated much? Yeah, I'm not heated. I'm being realistic with you, you little fuckface. Mechanism doesn't explain sentience at all. It doesn't need to explain sentience. It's random mutation. It's random mutation. Okay? That explains it. You don't yeah. I don't need to show you the God formula or whatever. Like, okay? I don't need to show you the God formula. Why have sentience? Well, because it worked. Because it worked. It passed on the fucking molecule, G. Because it just happened to work. There doesn't need to be a reason. Doesn't need to be complex. Doesn't need to have. Did it just turn off the mic? Yeah, I think it did. Yeah, no, it didn't actually. Cool. But no, it doesn't have to have a fucking complex reason behind it. It doesn't need to be like, oh, 2 plus 2 equals 4. I think that's the best result. Straw man. Straw man. Explain how it's straw man. Because to me, this all makes fucking perfect sense. Because to me, guess what? It doesn't need to be this way, but it is this way. It just happened to be this way. You're arguing against a caricature in your head. No, I'm not. I'm arguing against exactly what you said. Why have sentience if we could just run like machines? Oh, well, you could run like machines, but guess what? We didn't. We didn't. Instead of running like machines and just fucking reproducing, we fucking reproduce and we have sensations because it's more efficient that way, because it worked that way. Okay? It could have ran just as efficiently without those sensations, but guess what? Those ones that didn't have those sensations, they fucking died off. They died off. They ran into things, they got cut up, they got devoured, they didn't run away fast enough, they got torn apart, okay? They got fucked up in this world. It didn't work out. In your little multiverse realities, I'm sure you believe in, maybe it worked out somewhere else and there is a reality with no pain and no suffering. And it's all just peachy. Everybody's just running around, fucking each other. Some guy has like half his face torn off and he just doesn't care. He's just like, I'm not uncomfortable with my face being torn off and it doesn't bother me whatsoever. There's no such thing as pain here. Wow. Woo. But guess what? Random mutation. Random mutation. This reality didn't turn out that way, bitch. My best friend has sensations. And it's best what? It's because everything's random. It's not complex. There's no hard consciousness decision. Random mutation. It worked out for the gene to be passed on that way. And so it did. And so it did. That's it. It's not beautiful. It's an ugly picture. It's not something we want to swallow. It's not something that's tasty, okay, friend? Random mutation is improving. You can't prove that it's random. And I can't prove that gravity exists, my friend. But if I was in a room with you, with a fucking bowling ball above your goddamn fucking shitty little skull, and I let go of it, you best know I'll be grinning with a fucking euphoric joy as I watch it crush your little watermelon head. But you know what? I'm not going to deny that gravity exists because I know when I let go of that bowling ball, it's going to splant your little fucking face. And regardless of the theories of that we can't prove, CTMU proves gravity exists actually because God's will or some bullshit. Yeah, Explain to me how CTMU proves gravity exists. Come on, like you can't just say to me that like CTMU proves gravity exists, because guess what? I can prove gravity exists too by dropping a bowling ball on your head. Experience proves gravity exists. Experience generates value. Compensation. Compensation wrong. Oh, compensation. Compensation improves gravity exists. What the fuck does that even mean? You don't even know what the fuck that means. Oh, what? So like, what? Like God's compensating for what? Like his uppity downness. When God's dick goes up, the world compensates by having gravity, so everything goes down. Because the problem of induction. Problem of induction. How the fuck does things resembling the past have anything to do with gravity? When things fall, they fall like they fall in the past. Therefore, gravity's been proven. You've did it. I'm convinced. Thank you. The past is in the future. They resembled each other. Therefore, gravity exists. You've really proved it to me. That's established philosophy of science, bro. Philosophy of science, man. Philosophy of science. The philosophy, the discussion. Yeah, I remember when we spent weeks discussing the definition of philosophy, and then now this man's pulling out the term philosophy of science. Now that's pretty big. I wonder what philosophy of science, what that means. There's, I could probably get like a whole week discussion of the definition of science and like argue semantics on that, but like the philosophy of science, woo! Oh, mama. This man loves his big words, doesn't he? It's all about definitions and words and God perceiving. Lol, you beat philosophy, huh? Yeah, I fucking dropped out of that shit, fucker. Took philosophy for 3 years before I realized that, oh, wait, it's literally just a bunch of nihilists and skeptics arguing with each other on whether if nothing can be proven whatsoever, or if things can be proven but they don't matter and everything's subjective. And then there's like the Christian objectives, because I went to a Christian college, so they were just like oh yeah, but God makes things objective. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is some fucking bullshit. Why the fuck would, so you guys are just might mix right fuckers, you know? Like you guys, everybody there denies that that experience generates value. If I were to torture one of you fuckers and take someone you love and rip them apart by the fucking molecule, yeah, go ahead and tell me that, like, yeah, it's just an amoral universe, and what if the leprechauns really take pleasure in it? So, like, you're actually causing a bad thing, and fuck the skeptics, fuck the moral anti-realists who deny experience, fuck the religious people who say that pain's okay because God. Philosophy's horseshit. But don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You have a good point. I am kind of throwing the baby out with the bathwater, but when it comes down to it, I kind of gave up on philosophers. Maybe philosophy I shouldn't give up on, but philosophers, the humans that do the philosophizing, I have given up on them. They are fucking a waste of space. Like, it's just arguing to argue. It's just people claiming that they actually believe in things. They don't believe in things. They just want to have brownie points. They want their time in the limelight. They want their little sunshine and recognition. They want to feel as if they have some artificial purpose generated some little win brownie point thing. They don't actually believe in anything though. If you talk to them on a deep level where you're generally just like pouring your heart out to them and just like, this is what I fucking believe, and you are denying this, why? They're basically just going to tell you that they don't believe in fucking anything. That they basically are either a nihilist or a skeptic, or they don't fucking know, so they've just resorted to believing in power. So no, I believe truth can exist and can be sought in a way. I believe in objective morality. I'm not a nihilist. I'm not a skeptic. I believe truth is discovered, and I believe it's already been discovered. That's the thing. I believe this endeavor has been long over with. People are just trying to deny it. Unfortunately, it's been in front of us this whole time. It's impossible to deny. If you go into your kitchen, take a sharp object, and jam it into your hand, you will realize there's something viscerally fucked up in the universe, that you can feel what you feel. But there's no reason for you to feel what you can feel. That you could understand the sharpness of a blade is something to be avoided without having the visceral pain. So, yeah, I mean, experience generates value. Pain exists. Pain fucking sucks. It doesn't take a god. It doesn't take the universe perceiving itself. It doesn't take any of that. All you need to know is that experience generates value. There's good things, there's empirical things that are good, there's empirical things that are bad for the beholder. And that is where value lies. So it's not just me every live stream. Yeah, hopefully. We have a few viewers. We got Dova here. We got Big Biff. We got Mutrain's Human Right. Every once in a while, we have a few other people. I have a feeling a couple of my viewers kind of killed themselves, like low key, because I haven't seen a couple of them in a while, and a couple of them had pretty like controversial opinions that even I kind of disagreed with. So they kind of vanished off the face of the earth. Perhaps it was because I kind of called them out on bullshit. Perhaps it's because they off themselves. Either way, not my concern really, But yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, hopefully you guys don't kill yourselves unless you're not an antinatalist, and which then I could care less. But what do you believe in, if anything? You mean like in God or morality? Because I can answer both of those questions. Because do I believe in God? No. I believe the contingency argument is really strong. Is this just a comedy podcast? No, this isn't a comedy podcast. I believe the contingency argument is pretty strong, that there's always a contingent event. So I believe it's very likely that there was a creator. That creator existing right now? No, not at all. It's a joke. Pro-mortal, I'm a negative utilitarian also. So in terms of morality, I'm a negative utilitarian. I believe the only thing that matters is reducing suffering. It's the only thing that we have moral obligations to do is reduce suffering. We don't have obligations to give hand jobs, so to speak. We don't have obligations to produce pleasure. And I believe if a God existed, it recognized this as a fact, that pain sucks. Pleasure is only good for the one who beholds it. You cannot be deprived of existent. You can't be deprived of pleasure by not existing. By having new experiences, you're becoming a new being. So it's constantly just every time something else occurs, you're being destroyed. And I believe God, being a being that can't be destroyed, simultaneously had all events that could ever possibly occur in its perfect imagination all at once. So God had no reason to create anything, to make anything at all. It already consisted within God's perfect mind. Imagination basically is perfect as reality itself, it's just one step removed. And so, as a result, why create anything? It would be illogical to do so. It already exists in the mind, a perfect mind. So, logically speaking, this God couldn't create anything. It would be a foolish errand to do so, and God doesn't do anything without reason. But God has never experienced non existence. In fact, it's the only thing that God's never done is not exist. So, it's the only thing that the singularity has not basically produced as an option is non existence for God. Basically, yeah, I believe God went and tried to achieve non-existence for itself. It's the only thing it could do. Everything else is already been achieved in its multiplicity and its infinite possibility. So, as Mainlander says, the universe is just God's corpse. We know we exist, so we know God did something. We know God took one action at least to create the universe. But we already know everything exists in God's mind, so why do that? Well, the one action God's never done is go into non-existence, but the world exists. So in conclusion, God chose to cease existence and create the world at once. So basically, God's became the universe is God's corpse, in other words. So when it comes to theology, I believe if there was a perfect being, it was forced into non-existence, and if it recognizes experience as I do, which is that pain is bad and pleasure is good, and that you cannot be deprived of things by not existing, they would have no reason to create good things, but would have a reason to avoid creating bad things. I don't know, it just makes sense to me that it would just annihilate itself, that there's no reason for it to want to experience negative things when it could just deprive itself of positive things and not be bad, but worse off for it. So, so basically, I think that, all that matters is reducing suffering, and that if a God ever existed, it killed itself. That is, if a God ever existed. So, I think it's plausible, but I don't think it's likely. It's plausible that a God existed, but if it did, it's dead. It's dead as shit. I actually agree with Big Biff on this one. I'm sorry, Dova King, but Gnosticism is kind of silly in my opinion. Because, I mean, yeah, it's just anti-religion reality turned into theological perspective. Like, I agree. It's just, like, Gnosticism is just silly. Like, as I said, like, we can prove through logic that a perfect being is basically forced into a scenario where it's going to either exist indefinitely doing nothing, or it's going to kill itself, or slash achieve non-existence in some way. So the fact that people are telling there's some demiurge watching over us, like just getting off to our suffering or whatever, it's just illogical. Like, given that like my $5 is equal to your $5, and my pain is equal to the demiurge's pain, the demiurge, it would be illogical for it to manifest more pain into reality. One, just from a pain and ethics perspective, but two, if its imagination is perfect, if its mind is more powerful than our own, why create anything when it can just imagine those things in its mind, basically? So I think the demiurge is just a silly concept. It's just promortalism defeats the idea of the demiurge rather easily. So
in many ways, you can actually look at it as an operator algebra, or as a quantization, a new kind of quantization of reality, or a reality self-simulation. You can look at it from the perspective of quantum mechanics as quantum metamechanics. I believe you must have read that paper, or you mentioned having read it anyway. And once again, as a metaformal system, which is like a formal system, but it's a generalization of the formal system that goes deeply into the nature of language and what it takes to. Here's another way to describe the CTMU. Basically, you've got a system, you've got this metaformal system, and it relates intelligence and intelligibility. Reality has to be ontology and epistemology are coupled in this thing. So reality actually has to recognize itself and process itself. It has to do both. So that's what it does. It relates intelligibility and intelligence, which are dual quantities in the CTMU, thusly defining both of them in the recursive sense. It's a mutual recursive definition of those two terms within this CTMU structure. So it can even be regarded as a theory of consciousness. For example, it says what consciousness is because of the way it quantizes it. So is that enough?
Yeah, let's start from what's most fundamental and then how you work your way up from there to derive your theory.
Okay, well, the theory is developed by a means called logical induction. You start with, you've heard of Descartes, cogito ergo sum, right? Cogito ergo sum, which is I think, therefore I am, and you've heard of.
Just because I think therefore I am is still not proven either. I mean, just because thinking is occurring, but who's saying I'm doing the thinking? One, I mean, it could just be perceiving. I mean, I see it as more perceiving than anything. I mean, I can't really control the nature of my thoughts. Like, there's kind of like a string of determined thoughts. Like, I can't control my psychology. The next word that comes to my mouth has been already predetermined, basically. It's just kind of happening. So, it's just like, I don't fucking know. Like, I'm more or less observing a chain of events that are already set in motion via my psychology. I don't really control the fucking psychology. It's just kind of the I think, therefore I am is more or less I observe my own thoughts, therefore there's an observer. That's a better way of putting it. There is an observer rather than a thinker. I don't know. I can guarantee there's an observer. I can't guarantee there's a thinker. You didn't know what the CTMU was until minutes. Oh, I've heard about the CTMU. I just didn't know the term for the CTMU. I've seen this guy's face before. I've heard the theory of like the universe is basically just gazing upon itself. It's a pretty common theory. Everybody knows this bullshit. Like, whoa, it's a shared hallucination via evolution. Everybody knows this, guys. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. But yeah, everybody talking to do about. But yeah, everybody knows that like reality is a shared hallucination. Like everybody believes in evolution knows that. Like it's a unicellular organism began to perceive other carbon things, non-carbon things around responding to an environment, and eventually we have now what we have today, perception. So it's just kind of like it's a bunch of atoms that began to like steal each other's energy in a way and replicate themselves through this process of stealing energy and become more efficient at doing so, and so it became a mechanized response. And essentially perception became a tool to do this replicating. So it's just kind of like we all know everything is just literally just particles bouncing against each other. Like everything is just particles bouncing against each other. There's nothing but particles bouncing against each other. And that like what we see as walls, what I see is this vape in my hand. The only reason I can distinguish the lines between this vape and my fingers and like my nail from the like ligaments and shit is solely because it's been billions of years of programming to, I guess, have these chains of atoms work together to perceive other chains of atoms in a way that allows us to steal energy. Like it's all a shared hallucination, but I don't think that means that like doesn't mean there's a God or anything. It doesn't mean that there's like a consciousness behind this or anything like that. I mean, to me, it's just chaotic forces. You know, it's just random events that spontaneously created consciousness. There's doesn't need to be something behind it. In fact, if there was something behind it, that'd be pretty fucking horrifying. Imagine that, like something. Imagine like there actually is like a fucking god, like that spontaneously is like dreaming this horror show that feels all the suffering for infinite amount of time. I just think it's fucking horrible. I don't know why anybody would want that. Like I can perceive reality without that horror escape, and I'm going to choose to do so. And it's more realistic too. Like evolution, we know evolution is just chaotic forces. Why think consciousness came about from anything other than chaotic forces? You know, I don't see any reason to think otherwise. So I'm gonna be right back, taking a smoke. I'm gonna take my phone with me. I'm not gonna dip out. Morgan responded to me. I just didn't respond for like an hour.
Thanks, Brad. Oh, it's play. Look at my new little pipe. Isn't that cute?
That is
Got
cute.
it at the lion's den. This is my weed. I got this at the dispensary. I'm gonna use it right now. Yeah. I also can't smell or taste anything right now because of my congestion. It's not COVID. I know that because I can at least smell the marijuana.
Praise be. You telling me you got a pipe from a sex shop? I mean, I'm not shaming you or anything. Just kind of like wondering, like, why a sex shop when you were going to a store to get weed anyways. I mean, I guess it's opportunistic. I mean, if you see a cute pipe at a sex shop, I mean, you just gotta hop on an opportunity. I mean, it is what it is. What the fuck? I don't know. I feel like it's evidence, yeah, kind of hard to produce evidence of like experience, but it's also impossible to deny experience. We all know we experience things because of, well, I mean, fuck. Ironically, Big Biff denied evolution a little bit ago, but what kind? It was just like a silicone pipe that looked like an ice cream cone, but like, so it was like the cone part like is what you put to your mouth, and then like the ice cream cone like looked like it had like a scoop taken out of it, and then that's where like you put the weed in. So it was kind of like it was very aesthetic. Like it was like it's like an ice cream cone that had like a scooper out of it, and then like someone like that's where you smell. So it was kind of cute, but I mean, just kind of like why the fuck would you buy a pipe from a sex shop? It's kind of weird. You didn't deny evolution? Who denied evolution? I thought someone denied evolution. Let's see. Oh, random mutation. Yeah, I mean, I say that's denying evolution though, in a way. Like random, you seem. I believe in evolution, just not random mutation. I believe a mutation is orchestrated by reality, God. No, man, no. You're telling me mosquitoes, fucking parasitic wasps, God, the universe, some planned out event. We we see deformities, we see all these failed things throughout evolution, we see the chain events that died off. And you're telling me that it's not random mutation, that's not random, that it's just God just trying things out that didn't work, and it's not random, it was just like a poor decision making process here or there or something, or just didn't work out along the way, I don't know, a little shift and a little tweak in the environment, I don't fucking know. Like no, we can observe reality, and reality shows its random mutation. Like it's you can see the genes selected for in random ways. Like there's no point behind it. I don't think God totally determines it. I just think it influences it. Other forces can be at play too. Okay, well, I think that's just silly Billy stuff, woo stuff, especially if you believe in like a perfect God, then I don't see how a perfect God who's completely content with all being and if its own being could possibly do anything other than kill itself. So God leaves room for freedom. How can freedom exist if a God exists? Like if a God has foresight, how can freedom exist? Because it's just like if God's vision is perfect, if God knows everything, if God has a perfect calculating brain, then everything that God perceives, he can determine the results of in every single possible manifested reality or whatever. So there is no freedom with God. I don't see that as possible. Unless God purposely limits its own perception, but that just seems like, why would a perfect being limit its own perception? Like, that's just silly. Plus, time requires perceivers and and other things to be going in motion for time to be. Time requires particles and stuff like that to be in motion, so the time and perception is just like irrelevant to God. So it is not simple to understand, but I think freedom with God is possible. I don't see that as such. If everything is perceived by God, I don't see it is possible. And then even that's just from a deterministic point of view. Like if you just look at like psychological hedonism, like freedom's not possible. You can't control what we desire. Like I have homicidal ideation. I can't not have homicidal ideation. I can not kill people. That's a choice that I make. But I can't not have homicidal ideation. I can't choose to not have homicidal ideation. Like it's just the nature of my being. And it's just the nature of like all our being. Testing 1, 2. Okay. It's just the nature of all our beings to be how we are. We can't control our brain structures. So it's like psychological hedonism. It's like it doesn't, I mean, God or no God, we don't have free will. But it's just like if there's a God, we fucking for sure don't have free will. Called self-determinacy. You can call it whatever you want, but I'm not gonna call. Testing 1, 2. But yeah, call it whatever you want. No, I think free will kind of is all or nothing, my friend. Like in legalities, in legal senses, and practical responsibility senses of like how consequential you are in the like in a result of pain occurring in the universe, that can be something that's up for debate. But free will, no, you can't control your psychology, you can't control the atoms that are around you and what events occur around you. Like there is no such thing as free will. Everything's already kind of determined, my friend. But when it comes down to like responsibilities and stuff like that and how like we should engage in that, like that's different. So like I think if someone's drunk, for example, they're less responsible, I guess, than a sober person for like you say getting in a fight or whatever. I don't know. Like the sober person is responsible for getting drunk, knowing the possibility that they could have gotten in a fight, especially if they're prone to that and stuff. So it's like it's not I'm not disregarding like drunk people or anything. They're morally culpable also for getting into those situations. But I'm just saying like impairment or like say like someone in like a abusive situation or like a blackmail situation where like they're being like uh manipulated to doing something wrong or whatever, like I'd say they're not free, and there's not like there's a less freedom occurring because they're being manipulated. No, it's just they're equally not free, but they're less culpable because there's some manipulative factors involved and stuff. But it's a mixture of constraint and freedom. Well, yeah, you can call it constraint and freedom. I just call it events that occur that lead to your atoms being piloted by your consciousness fully, or your atoms being piloted by your consciousness, but also being manipulated by another person's consciousness. I mean, it's kind of just like that's responsibility, but it doesn't mean like free will is anything. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but your will has been set in motion already, man. But other wills have also been set in motion, so it's kind of like if other wills are impeding upon your set in motion will or whatever to commingle, then it's not entirely you, so therefore responsibility. But it doesn't change the fact that you've already been turned in motion. It's already been set in motion, man. So it's like determinism has already like been proven. I don't know. I don't know how to like, say this to you, man. Like you drop an object, it's gonna fall regardless of what your mind says. Like everything has been determined. Atoms are already in motion, my friend, since the Big Bang. God, no God, God's mind is perfect. I mean, imagine the foundations of this universe and snapped it into being. The atoms played their part. So some things have been determined yet. Now I don't see how enough everything has been determined. Like if you shove an object, it's going to move. If I let this go, it's going to fall. If I have a big thing of marbles and I toss them onto the ground, every single time by the laws of physics, where they land, they are going to go all in those same direct directions every single time. So long as I throw it in the exact same way, all the factors are the exact same, will play out the exact same every single time. And that's the same thing of your version of God creating the universe or a random Big Bang thing or whatever. It's gonna just, even if God didn't observe the end of time, God set it in motion, and once He shoved it, it's already been put into place. Everything's going and it's going how it goes. You can't undo what's been done, and it will play out as it will play out. Everything is being determined by the laws of physics. God might have put those physics in motion under your view, but once the physics were established as are, it's been put into motion. Yeah, and you can't prove that like the atoms aren't made out of like angry leprechauns, and if I hit my vape right now, like someone's getting tortured in the ether. Like I can't prove that either, you know, but fuck off. Like I don't care. I'm such a bad person torturing leprechauns by hitting my vape. Maybe I'll do a little bit of activism outside. Yep, dabs. Got 100 grams of Delta 8 distillate. About 20. Have you ever smoked salvia or DMT? I've smoked DMT. I've never done salvia. I've technically done drugs stronger than DMT, though, so I've done the strongest psychedelic on the planet, which is stronger than DMT, stronger than 5-MeO DMT, in my opinion. I've done a drug called DPT. I call it psychedelic cocaine. You basically snort it, and then is Delta 8 as good as Delta 9? No, it's not as good. It's a little bit. Basically, DPT is like, it's very similar to DMT. It's just as strong, okay? So the peaks of it, just as strong. So imagine a DMT trip that lasts 45 minutes to 4 hours. Like 4 hours is like the longest, like including the come down and all that. And at the 45-minute mark is where you peak. So, did I break through on DMT? No. It tastes really bad. It tastes like fucking, imagine like chalk. Well, DPT and DMT base taste very similar, but like really fast, but smoking kind of like gets in like your taste buds and makes. I have a really bad gag reflex, so I threw up. So basically, yeah, I threw up and I couldn't handle the taste, and I was just like, no, I'm good. I'm not taking a second hit. But so I did not break through when I did DMT. I got pretty baked. Like I saw like some like, whoa, the world got all like wobbly and shit, and like fractally and stuff. It was cool. But I didn't break through on DMT just because it tastes so bad and it caused me to throw up, and I needed a moment to like recuperate. And DMT doesn't last very long, so you kind of have to take like a big hit and then just let yourself go and like pass out. So I didn't really do that. But well, here's the thing. When I say I've ego death on DMT/DPT, not DMT but DPT and similar substances, I'm really good at ego deathing. I don't know how long you've ego deathed for, but I'm pretty sure I died actually. Like I'm realistically speaking, there's a pretty strong probability that last time I ego deathed on psychedelics, I actually quite literally my body actually possibly died. DPT is a psychedelic that you can actually overdose on. I'm a really skinny guy, okay? My heart rate, okay, here's the thing. I've done DPT a few times, and the last time I did DPT, I did the most DPT I've ever done before in my life, and I ego deathed for an hour and 45 minutes. Yeah, I was unconscious on the ground in my own kitchen, passed out, being monitored by multiple people for an hour and 45 minutes. I don't remember a lot of it. I don't remember most of it. But what I do know is that the time before that, I was passed out for 40 minutes, which is a lot. And when I was ego death for 40 minutes, my friend checked my heart rate and it was 160. My heart rate was 160 when I was passed out on the ground. And that was not the most dose I've done of DPT. The highest dose of DPT I did, that was the last time. I was on the ground sweating so much, I thought I was dying. I was freaking out, and I was like ice packed, and I like could not comprehend anything other than the fact that I felt like I was dying and that my body was overheating. Like I was literally, my whole body was like red, drenched in sweat, shaking. I felt cold and hot at the exact same time, and I felt like I was pretty much just my whole body was overloading and dying. And all I know is I passed out for an hour and 45 minutes, and so my heart rate was probably way, 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 way higher than 160. So there's a good chance that I probably had a heart attack and died, like actually died. So, yeah, fun story, guys. There's a good chance that I've literally experienced death. So, nice. But yeah, well, all I remember, all I remember is a few things. Well, I snorted it. I looked at my tapestry. I snorted like half of I snorted like a fat line. I made like 2 lines that are both really fat. I snorted like a quarter of the one line. I was like, okay, that's tastes like ass. And I snorted the rest of it, and I was like, oh, everything's feeling weird. And I looked up the tapestry and it started going, and I was like, okay, I need to go as fast. And I went, snored pretty much like half of the rest of the line, and I went, nope, 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 there's too much. I'm not snoring the rest of this. Because I had like 150 milligrams, so I probably snorted like 100. And yeah, all I did is I remember looking up at the tapestry, and the whole thing just starts melting, and I just went, nope, nope, nope. My stomach just turned. I darted through the fucking garbage can, picked it up, leaned over and knelt on the ground, and just started hurling into the fucking garbage can. And as I was hurling the garbage can, I was just sitting there vomiting for maybe like 5 minutes, probably, because it lasts about 5 minutes, the throwing up phase before you start the ego death, kind of. Yeah, all I remember is the ego deathing was I closed my eyes, and as I closed my eyes, like I was like, it was like kind of like this, like I was like blinking, because like when you're throwing up, your eyes start to tear up in the corners. So I was like kind of like squinting, you know. So like when you're squinting, your corner of your vision is kind of like darker and kind of like fluctuating as your eyelids blink. And as that was happening, it looked like these fucking black tentacles came out of the corner of my vision and just like wrapped around my face and just enveloped me in like pure darkness. And all I remember from that point on is just infinite fractals, infinite swirling colors, just incomprehensible things, and then infinite white. Just this room of pure white that just goes on for like forever. It could have been a really tiny room that I just couldn't distinguish the walls, but it looked like infinite white in all direction, like a sci-fi one of those like hospital rooms where it's just like and you just like wake up in like a sci-fi room or something. And I felt the presence. And the instant I felt the presence, it like my whole entire perspective of the world just kind of like locked on to this presence, just like shifted. Like I didn't feel like it's not like the world like blurred and like shifted. It's just kind of like a teleportation, it's like a frame change. And there was like this giant chrome owl, like this owl, like the size of like probably like this room, basically, like the size of like a shed, basically, like it's like you know, like a fucking big ass bird. And it basically just whole entire body made of this chrome metal, like this shiny chromatic metal, and its eyes were like these 2 green gems that are just like planted in its face. And it just kind of looked down at me, and it just stared. It didn't say anything. It didn't really seem hostile. It didn't even really seem curious. It just kind of like was like wondering why the fuck I was in its domain or something. But like it just like watched me like for an indeterminate amount of time. And then all I remember is just being cast into this darkness, this pitch darkness, like this void of like pure hatred and anger and just visceral like hatred of all things. And I felt like this pure fear, and I shot out of the trip and went like that. And all my friends were just like, "Whoa, bro, are you okay?" And I was just like, "Yeah, I'm good." And then I laid back down and I passed out again. And then when I woke up, I felt like this overwhelming sensation of love and joy and like rebirth and like caring for my friends and like trust for them that they like guided me through the experience and that I was all right. So it was a good time. But yeah, like basically I passed out for an hour and 45 minutes, and the only things I remember is the weird tentacle thing enveloping my vision, the chromatic owl deity, and the eternal void of darkness, which manifested as like this primal fear. So yeah, I don't believe that that meant anything. I don't believe in gods. I don't believe in spiritual entities. But it's still a cool story. Still a cool story, you know? I have plenty of cool stories on psychedelics. I've seen like slender men while walking in the forest. I've gone to like fields of reeds and stuff like that, you know? I've seen many cool things in psychedelics. Don't think there's anything spiritual about it, but you know, it's cool. They tried to kill my vibe. Yeah, they did. I mean, to be fair, my vibe was pretty. I felt like I was dying and like overheating at points. Like, so I'm gonna come up. So I mean, like, my vibe was pretty killed as is. I mean, the entities pretty much they couldn't have made it much worse or better, but but yeah, the primal fear void was not very nice of them. If there are entities out there, you know, please don't cast any psychedelic users into the void. Uh, kind of, kind of scary, not cool. But other than that, I mean, it was a fun time. Also, minus the throwing up. I mean, you like every time I've done DPT, I've thrown up. Like sometimes you don't throw up when you do DPT if you're not me, but if you're me, every time you throw up when you're doing DPT, and it's not exactly fun. Kind of just feels like you're vomiting galaxies out of yourself. Just feels like you're like literally vomiting like your entire essence out of your body, and like because you're on psychedelics, like everything was like fractalizing, so it literally just looks like you're like vomiting galaxies of like distorted grossness like into like the void of the trash can, which looks like a void also because everything's more dark when you're on psychedelics. Everything's brighter if it's bright, everything's darker if it's dark. So as a black trash can like it was, it looks like you're just like hurtling into like a black hole. You're like cosmic fractal grossness. Like you're some like eldritch gross monstrosity, just like you know. Psychedelics are fun though. Would recommend, but that would be against YouTube policy, so I'm not recommending them. Not recommending them. Oh, I used to throw up all the fucking time, my dude. I have a eating disorder because my bilirubin levels are off the charts, baby. Gilbert syndrome. So when it comes down to it, I vomit if I eat greasy foods or if I'm stressed. If I'm stressed, I start to get an eating disorder basically that triggers in the mornings and at night. And if I don't eat food, if I eat too much food, or if I eat greasy food, basically there is no God. It's just a hateful universe. There's like the universe is just like, yo, bro, you're stressed with classes. Let me make it so you can't take the nutrients properly. Delta 9's decriminalized, but technically not legal in Wisconsin. So I can't buy it unless I go for legal means, which I used to do. But this is a lot cheaper. This is 100 grams and it cost me $106. You're not going to get anything on the street remotely that cheap. So the perks of mass production. That's why we need to legalize this shit. That way I can get a higher DAR of Delta 9 for the price of $100. I want to live in Cali so I can get those good prices, but I don't. If I lived in Cali, I'd be just buying like 100 grams of Delta 9, but you pretty ripped at this point. My tolerance is off the charts, my dude. You've watched me be out here smoking nonstop for the last 10 minutes, and I don't feel anything. I literally just smoke until I get bored of smoking. It basically just allows me to, like, my tolerance is too high. After I did DPT and psychedelics, like, another fun story. Okay, so here's the thing. When I first did psychedelics, I did them myself, basically. Like, I bought them online through a website from Canada, and the substance was called ALD52. It's a research chemical for, and that's an analog for, are you an all-day smoker? Yeah. But basically, it's an analog for LSD. Now, the first time I did this, I did one tab, and I was drinking in a party. Pretty fun, good time, great time, actually. Second time I did 2 tabs. Really fun. Really, pretty intense. Really fun, though. Manageable. The third time I ever did psychedelics, I did 7 tabs of LSD. I went from 1 to 2 to 7. So, moral of the story is I got PTSD for about 2 years from doing that. Don't do that. They're really bad choices. Saw some horrific fucking nightmare fuel when on that trip. That was really intense stuff. So, moral of the story is my tolerance is really broken because I've done some crazy level of psychedelics. And not only that, but I got PTSD from those psychedelics, HPPD to be exact, which triggers when you do substances like marijuana. So I basically got thrown into miniature PTSD trips for 2 years whenever I smoked weed. And I'm a fucking psycho. So I fucking love feeling anxious. Feeling anxious for me makes me feel excited. And so when I feel excited, I feel good. It's a more interesting stimuli than just being bored all the time. So I purposely would get myself overly high every single day for 2 years straight, purposely throwing myself into miniature PTSD trips where I'd have anxiety attacks and basically throw myself into like psychedelic visuals and just like freak the fuck out. And it would just make me have like intense highs, and it was really fun. But now I just don't get high very much anymore because, well, once you do that to yourself, you kind of just you kind of just break your ability to get high. I mean, like in comparison to having like literal PTSD, panic attack, this level of like mind disassociation high, like being just like normal and just being just high and just being like, hey, it's a little bit of weed. It's just nothing in comparison to having like literal HPPD, PTSD, panic attack. So I don't really get high anymore. Have you ever taken a tolerance break? Kind of. Yeah. I mean, I've taken tolerance breaks for work, like when I've tried to get hired for a job. It helps. I can get high again for like a couple days, but then it just goes away and my tolerance is back to being like tremendously like strong again. So I were to go and take a tea break for like a couple of months, I imagine I could probably go and reset my tolerance completely. But I just don't see the perks of that. I don't really smoke for fun. I smoke to relieve stress. So I don't really care if I get high. I just kind of have it's kind of a coping mechanism at this point. So, and I acknowledge it as such. So, and at Dova, I will not do crack and I will not do cocaine. Sorry, I've already done cocaine. I mean, I will not do crack and I will not do meth. Cocaine, I've already done. It's pretty fun, but I have a promise that if you do cocaine, you're only allowed to do it once a year. So that's my rule is once a year, with the exception of New Year's. Because if you were to do it on say New Year's just feels like it's like if someone offers you cocaine on New Year's, you have to do it. It's like the universe telling you to like do the cocaine. So it's just like if someone were to like offer me like cocaine in like November, and then someone offered me cocaine in like New Year's, I'd be like, I'm required to do it twice this year. It's just how it be. But normally speaking, so long as no one offers me cocaine on New Year's, I'm only allowed to do cocaine once a year. So that's the rule. That's to make sure I don't get addicted. And yeah, I mean, but I've done cocaine once this year, so I'm not allowed to do it anymore until New Year's. So, ew. Do you get withdrawals from taking breaks like that? Yes, I do. um, I get very, very irritable. Like, if you think I'm an angry, annoying asshole bastard right now, uh, it's just like that, but like times like a million. Like, I just literally am just like the spawn of Satan. I'm just a dickhead. So, like if me going through withdrawals, it's just I'm an asshole, and I can't get any sleep. Like, I can't sleep worth shit. Like, I get like 2 hours of sleep every night, and I'm just like I wake up over and over. I start like sweating profusely in my sleep. My body starts like cleansing itself, to, like try to like get rid of the THC. So I just like start like having insomnia, and then like those brief moments where I am sleeping, my body's just constantly purging itself, it's just like sweating nonstop, and I just wake up like covered in sweat, and it's just like it's like this brown sweat of like just like THC literally leaving my body and like going into like the fucking sheets, and I'm just like, yep. So basically, yeah, like I'm that much of a stoner that like I sweat THC, bro. So not really, but I kind of do. So yeah. So bro, it's kind of just like I go through withdrawals. It kind of sucks ass, but that's why I constantly have weed. I don't go through withdrawals if you have weed. It's like an alcoholic, you know. If you're going through alcohol withdrawals, if you're like having a hangover, best cure for a hangover is to take another shot. Not the most healthy thing to do, but it cures the hangover. So it's like that, you know, with me being a stoner. It's just like if I constantly am stoned, I don't go through withdrawals. But the thing about withdrawals of being a stoner is that it takes like 2 days for withdrawals to kick in, so I can function perfectly fine in society. I can go to work sober and all that. I can go on walks and drives, go visit family sober and all that jazz. But then I'm home right now, I can just be like, fuck this shit. So basically, I'm just like stoned as fuck like 90% of the time. I work like 3 hours a day at Uber, and I make like fucking $30 an hour on average, guys. Like I make $30 an hour Ubering, so I don't need to work very much. So I can basically just be a stoner like most of my life and not worry about shit. So it sucks, in my opinion, to be a high function addict like that. I'm not judging, by the way. I've been there a lot. I mean, yeah, it kind of sucks, kind of doesn't. The way I look at it is life sucks. Being an addict sucks, but life is an addiction. Like, you cannot deny that. Like, I remember as a very, I was a snarky little bastard kid. Okay, I was a little snarky bastard kid. Like, everybody would be like, but it's necessary to survive," and I'm like, "Is survival necessary?" And I was a little snarky bastard. Okay, so I mean, but it's true. Is survival really necessary? I'm a mortalist these days. I don't think so. It's not in our fucking favor to survive. I have depression. It sure as hell doesn't feel good to survive. That's for damn sure. I don't see any benefit. It's not helping me much. It's not helping the world much. I mean, it is now that I'm antinatalist and ethicist. But if I'm just a generic Joe, it's really not helping the world much to be generic Joe, just drinking mochas, fucking prostitutes, and dumping out carbon emissions. Like, he's not helping the world. He's doing no favors. So it's just like life's an addiction. Like, everything is an addiction. Like, eating food because you're hungry to survive, addiction. You just don't want to feel pain and stuff. Like, everything is an addiction, my friend. So it's just like, yeah, I mean, addiction sucks. Being addicted to THC sucks. But when it comes down to it, we pick our poison. I have to relax and not pressure myself career-wise. But just graduated, and now I gotta jump the rat race after vacation. I'm so sorry to hear that, my friend. I dropped out of college, so I hate life. I'm addicted. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Same here. Same here. Big Biff, there is no conscious God, and God doesn't love any of us. If God loved us, he wouldn't have created us. My best friend was raped by her cousin, sexually assaulted, more accurately, but sexually assaulted by her cousin to the point where she had PTSD her whole life, was gaslit by her family, friends, lovers, betrayed by them all, basically driven to madness and PTSD every day. She spent hours disassociating every single day, crying herself to sleep. And February 7th, 2023, she downed enough pills to take her life after multiple suicide attempts last year and this year. There's not a loving God to set this all in motion. There's nothing loving about this universe. So, no. God doesn't love us. If there's a God alive, which I doubt, because it would have to be an imperfect being, because a perfect being would not create anything. It's illogical to do so. But if there's some imperfect being out there who created all this shithole, it doesn't love you. And if it does, it's a selfish love. It's like a pet owner. It's like a pet owner as a pet of cancer, you know? And keeps it alive because they love them. They love the pet so much they just can't bear to leave it. It's selfish though. The pet's dying. It has cancer. It's suffering. Every moment of its life, its body aches to leave this plane of existence. But it won't. Its biology insists it live. Billions of years of programming. It will fight to survive every moment, even though it screams for the pain to cease. So God, I wouldn't doubt if it's like some person with a pet, a dying pet, just in agony constantly. But he loves us so much from a selfish perspective, he just can't bear to part with us. So, yeah, I wouldn't doubt if that's what type of love it feels. Fuck that version of love. It's not respect. It has no respect. Feels, but it's obsessed, but it doesn't have respect. True love involves respect. It does not respect us. It's not like a pet, it's like a parent. Well, parents don't have much respect for their children, do they? They did. They wouldn't have fucking created us to begin with. Parents love. Good parents do. All of us die in the end, my friend. We're all corpses set in motion. Love doesn't make a corpse. Of course I'm anti-creation. Creation is the catalyst for all suffering and death. Why would I not be anti-creation? In order for pain to exist, in order for bad things to exist, which are a product of experience, death isn't at the end for us. Well, that's a real shame. So, because that just means desires can be upset further and further on. So, death not being the end for us is just a torturous, really cruel circumstance, in my opinion. So, the fun goes on for God. We can never end. Life is just Hevel, as they say, Ecclesiastes. You know, it's just a show that a separation from the Lord and Savior is pain. That every moment you're not with God is bad. Earth is a slice of hell, and hell is just separation from the Lord. It's not a place of torment. It's a place of separation from God, which we deny ourselves. And earth is a taste of the separation from God. It's all Hevel. Everything you chase on earth is Hevel. But not because God hates you, because God wants to show you that you need Him, that His embrace is what really matters. Or is it because God is a piece of shit and just wants you to be reliant on Him? I think it's the second. I don't believe in God, but if God exists, is a piece of shit. That's just anti-theism, which is childish for you. I'm an open anti-theist on this channel. You can call it childish if you wish, but anti-theism is not childish. What's childish is believing that there's somehow an all-loving being watching over us as we get raped and fucked in the ass. Now that's a childish view. An all-loving being. That's just some mommy and daddy bullshit. Okay. No, it's far enough. I can spoon some of this out. Anti-theme is like a child's temper tantrum. Yeah, a temper tantrum. Okay, that's funny shit. You comparing people getting raped and tortured, and people looking at that and saying there is no fucking way a loving being set one rape in motion. Consequentially speaking, the universe could be perfect. Everybody could be orgasming and feeling pure love, God's embrace, 24/7. But a single child, the Omelas child, so to speak, that one fucking person could be raped. And I don't think free will, dude. Yeah,
Do you desire to rape people? How big, big Biff? Do you desire to rape people? No, I don't desire to rape people. Are you free? Yeah, I'm free. Then why can't God make people free just like you with the desire not to rape people and still be free? Oh, that's a good question. I hadn't really thought about that. You know, I think it's just God's confusing and works mysterious. Fuck you. Strongly emotionally based. Isn't emotionally based to say rape is a bad thing? That a no loving God would set in motion a universe where a rape would occur? It's not necessary to do so. God did not need to make the universe, did he? Was it necessary? Would God explode? Would every atom in God's body light on fire and just be smothered away? No. No, it wouldn't. God did not need to create the universe. It wasn't necessary. Therefore, there's a lot of pain in the universe too. Wow, that's interesting. Pain. Don't be crabby. Guess what? People are crabby all fucking around us, Dad. It's not going to change any difference. I'll be crabby if I want to. If a man's crabby in a forest, no one's around to hear it, doesn't make a sound. That's my way of saying if you don't want me to be crabby, you can just walk away from it, and it's like it's not happening. Yeah, like 1:30. Fishing? If I cancel, I'll go fishing with you, but no, my record's like 14 viewers at once or something like that. I don't fucking know. I had like a lot of people watching at once at some point. But yeah, what were we talking about? But yeah, when it comes down to it, emotions are a justified response to horror and objective bad. Like, experience generates value. Experience is where experience is where value lies, and there's a lot of negative experience in the world. So as I was saying before, we all know it's not necessary to create the universe. We all know pain exists in the universe. If there is such thing as a bad action, a wrong action, something shouldn't occur, it is unnecessary harm, pain that occurs without good reason, without logical reason behind it. Now, given that it's not necessary to create the universe, wasn't needed to do so, and there's a harm that occurs, and so why? You're not being deprived of any good thing by not being created. You're not being deprived of heaven. You're not being deprived of God's embrace by not being created. Takes an organism to be alive, to be deprived. But before creation, there was only God. So why? The logical reason behind it is the goodness of the deontology of the universe. Ikegatsu. That doesn't explain anything. You know it doesn't explain shit. You know that doesn't explain anything. You can just say the goodness. That's your subjective little perspective. Ooh, it's good. Yeah, that's like a pedophile or something being like, yeah, the goodness of Allah is why rape occurs. He loves rape, and it's actually a good thing. And it's you can say it's good for creation to occur. I say it's bad, and I have reasons why it's bad because it's the catalyst of harm. Now you tell me why creation is good. You give me reasons why it's good. Oh, it's the catalyst of all good things, Brant. You're not depriving them of anything of that, though. You're not actually depriving it. I'm not missing out the 70s because I wasn't born in the 70s. I don't miss the 70s. You're not gonna miss lack of creation. God's definition of good. Oh my God. You crack me up. You crack me up, man. So what is this? What is this? What is this? God determines good, given the omnipresent. Yeah. Okay, so I need to ask you a real important question here. Does God make good, or does God discover good? Because either based off of the laws of the universe and the chemical experience of biology and sentient organisms, God determines what both. You're going to need to explain that a little bit because you're going to need to explain that a little bit because God can't just be like, oh yeah, I discover things that I create. And at the same time, God can't also just be like, yeah, I set things in motion and I determine what's good and bad. It's just arbitrary. My phone's about to die, so I'm gonna go fucking inside and plug this bitch ass fucking useless device in.
Click. I'm back at it again. Therefore are discovered in that case. I don't look at that as discovering, that's just creating. And that's not discovering. Yeah, that is. God created the parameters, so he's not discovering anything. He's the one that created the parameters to begin with. He made it so things feel pain. And because the experience generates value, the pain is bad for the one experiencing it. He made it as such. It doesn't need to be discovered. Therefore, either pain's bad because of the way God created it, or pain's actually not bad at all. And what I don't understand. So what if that which is created couldn't be any other way logically? Well, I believe that's the case. I'm a determinist. I just don't believe that. I just don't believe this God is determined everything. I believe a conscious entity that's all loving put this in motion. So you're trying to tell me that, like, God dictates morality, sets everything up, also discovering at the same time. So God's both the designer and the discoverer of morality. So he sets you up to feel pain, and there's like, wow, what an interesting thing. These organisms feel pain. Wow, that is bad. Therefore, I'm gonna make murder wrong. Doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't have any logical reasoning behind that. It can't be other way logically. Can. Yeah, it can. Who says? You? So you think that God makes morality. Which to me, it sounds just calculated that was worth it to create morality. Okay. What the fuck? You're telling me that the Holocaust, the dinosaur evolution, just the process of life, we all know that when an organism eats another organism, the thing being eaten is experiencing far more pain than the thing doing the eating is experiencing pleasure. It's obvious. So just every single time something eats something to survive, there is more pain than pleasure going on. Billions of years of things, and those that are surviving to do the eating. We all know that the ratio of survival to death is not very good. For every sea turtle that survives to adulthood, it's a 2 in 10,000 ratio. You're overlooking a lot of the positive. Oh yeah, I'm overlooking the 2 of the 10,000. I'm sorry, I forgot about the 2. It's really easy to overlook the 2 of the 10 of the 9,998 that I, it's just those 2. It's just really hard to see them in the corpse pile. So yeah. So when it comes down to it, billions of years of corpse piles just to get to here. McDonald's, the internet, and all those luxuries founded on the bloodshed of animals, slave workers for the lithium batteries in our fucking laptops. You're saying that calculus is worth it? You're is focusing on negative stuff and saying that reality is bad. Yeah, it's because all it fucking matters is ethical obligations to prevent negatives, my friend. Do you have an obligation to give me a hand job? I could really use a nut right now. I can give you my address. Do you have if you were in the room with me right now and I asked you for a hand job, would you have an obligation to make me nut? No, I don't have an obligation to do that. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Do I have an obligation if I was bleeding out on the ground to help me? Yeah, probably. I feel like, it's a moral thing from God or whatever to help you, Interesting. So we have obligations to prevent pain. We don't have obligations to cause pleasure. So I feel like there is a good reason to focus on the negative, because we have obligations to prevent negatives, and not focus on the positives, because we don't have obligations to produce positives. Huh. It's really interesting. Huh. It's not a strong argument. It seems like a negative utilitarianism for you is focusing on the negative. No, I'm just quite literally aware of the fact that we don't have obligations to produce pleasure. I don't have an obligation to say, yeah, have a nice day. I don't have an obligation to say, oh, your hair looks nice or whatever. I don't have any of those obligations. If you're in need, then you have an obligation. I'm a negative utilitarian because I believe that needs matter, desires, fulfillment that's artificially get produced doesn't matter. So, yeah. When it comes to God's desire to create the universe over the pain of the sentient organisms that are going to be experienced, I think the pain matters a little bit more than God's happiness, than God's lonesome, like little, I want to play house. I want to be worshipped. No. But you aren't God, so you have very limited information for like that judgment. That's just your opinion, man. It doesn't take a God to recognize. I don't think this is a moral agent with eyes to understand that billions of years of bloodshed, my friend being sexually assaulted, 1 in 6 women being raped. 1 in 6. Every woman you see, 1 in 6 of them, their daughters, raped. Violated, a cock of a stranger, statistically a family member or best friend, penetrating their vagina against their consent, their entire life filled with PTSD. Every time they close their eyes, they see the hatred. They see the hatred and ecstasy of a fucking person that they trusted enough to get close to them, as a dick is penetrating them against their consent. And you're telling me that God created the universe, it made some type of calculation that went, yeah, despite the fact that they're not going to be deprived or missing out on anything, of course, their rape, their suicides, their suicide attempts, the wars, the chemical warfare, the tortures, the people with bamboo growing through their fucking chest, the skin being peeled off by serial killers, all of it set in motion and worth it for heaven, for God's loving embrace, for his love, unity with the Lord. No, 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 no. Then what? Then what? It sounds like free will exists. Well, you're gonna really need to prove that. You can't just say free will exists. And even if free will exists, who gives a fucking damn? God made free will the way it is. God made free will the way it is. If free will is the cost for rape, I don't think we need it. I don't think we need it. It's not worth the cost. If you want to play, oh, I can move my hand to the left, and I can move my hand to the right, voluntarily, and that's the price you want to pay to do it is rape, my best friend being raped and killing herself, so you can move your hand to the left and the right when you want to, and say hello, I love you to your friends and pat them on the back, even though you wouldn't have been deprived of it by not being created in the first place. Ha! I fucking laugh. If I was outside, I'd spit on the ground right now. CTMU, if you're interested, please read. You can't even explain it. You can't explain any of the concepts. All you are doing are just listing random terminologies and telling me that I'm just supposed to be like, oh no, big word, big word. Oh, he's right. Big word, big word. Big word. Fuck you. Literally, just look into your backyard, you fucker. Imagine yourself as the grasshopper, the worm, the spider, the bird chasing the spider that inevitably gets killed by a hawk. Whatever cycle you want to imagine. Literally anything. So look into a life form, an average life on Earth that isn't you. And just be like, would a loving thing create that? I don't think they would. Brain fog from having smoked last night. Well, I smoked like 2 seconds ago. Oh my god. I'm gonna go close the door just like the wind opened it or something and it's spooking me. But no, I understand. I'm just being a prick. You don't need to explain it to me. But when it comes down to it, I'm able, if you want, you can join the link. There's the link. It's in the comment section. You can click it at any time. And you can use your words, my friend, and verbally explain CTMU to me. And I will suddenly be enraptured by God's light. He'll enter my heart, and I'll be like, you know what? It's true. Despite the fact that everything is contingent on God, even the rape of my best friend and their suicide, He is all loving. Maybe I will be convinced. Maybe. But I feel like that would need a little bit of verbal dialogue, and I don't think that's possible. Your sarcasm isn't very promising. No, it's not. I imagine it's not. Because I experienced suffering, and I know that love isn't suffering. Love isn't causing suffering to another being unnecessarily. It's not taking a gamble that they might want your gift, that you might want your shit smeared, blood smeared painting. Yeah, you might appreciate underneath the smell and horror. Yeah, they might. Well, they might not. It's a gamble. And a loving God, a loving anything doesn't take that gamble. I sure as hell wouldn't. And if we're a reflection of our fucking creator, I think I have a little bit of a glimpse into him. Because I'm a sadist. I'm full of hatred. Full of bloodlust. So if we're made in our God's image, oh, I know why he fucking created this hellhole. I know why he did. It's an entertainment. It's a show. It's a fun time. He just wants to fuck us all. He enjoys every moment, believe me. He's like me. I love romance movies. I love romance movies. It's beautiful. I also love the organs of the innocents being strangled around their own fucking throat and torn apart. I'm sure God's the same way. He loves the beauty. He loves the rapture. He loves the passion. He loves everything. God is love. God truly just loves all of creation. Everything. Every bit of horror, bloodstain, hate, rid of love and passion. Oh, he is passionate, all right. He's thrilled by your agony. He's thrilled by your love. But he doesn't love you. Not really. He just loves to watch. No, nothing that's ever really loving would create that shit show. No. But he loves to watch, that's for sure. Anyways. I'm not suffering much. Apholism still correct. Yeah, exactly. My transhumanism right's exactly right. Like, I am depressed, sure, but I don't suffer that much. I enjoy things. I spent a majority yesterday doing activism, having a good time. I wasn't really in like a constant state of subjective agony or anything. I don't think I was in a positive state, but I wasn't in like extremely negative state either. I was in a negative, sure, but it wasn't like extremely negative. Life sucks, but it's not like horrible for me. No. I have problems with. I mean, I have problems with my. I have problems with even the slightest pinprick existing in it. I think Benatar is right. A pinprick is not justified, given the nature of deprivation and non-existence. A single pinprick is not justified. But that's not what I really have problems with. No, I have problems with shit that my best friend went through. Fucking experiences like that. And the fact that she's a fucking statistic. A drop in the water, a little flick of mist spread, a droplet in the mist, a rainbow even. A rainbow of suffering, and she's just a little water droplet in the suffering speck. You don't even really know she's there. It's just a drop in the horror show. And I can't accept that. I cannot accept that that's somehow a loving world. That somehow, it's just it doesn't take me to suffer. I don't need to suffer. My transhumanist, he understands this. Ephilism is still correct, but we don't need to be the ones directly suffering to understand that this is a fucking hellhole. As Alex O'Connor says, it takes, if everybody was suffering horribly, then it doesn't. Well, what are we going to look upon to compare to? If everybody's suffering, then it's not as bad as if we could look upon something a little bit less suffering and just be like, I wish I was him. Because then we have psychological suffering as well as physical suffering, because we can strive for such a thing possible. Striving for the impossible is a form of suffering as well. So yeah, of course, there has to be fluctuation in the levels of suffering so that those that are suffering worse can wish they were suffering less. You have to have hope after all. Hope. Love. Hope and love. Ephilism is spiritually retarded, if not evil. Takes one to know one. Takes one to know one. Fuck you. So it's cool about ephilism is all it is recognizing that experience generates value. So I could be retarded and still be an ephilist, and I'd still be correct. So maybe it does take one to know one. Maybe I am retarded. But so are you. Anyways. Takes one to know one. I want to go and do activism, but fucking D&D starts pretty soon. This'll do, I guess. I'll just keep doing fucking online activism with these people. Yeah, exactly. Spiritually retarded. What the fuck does that even mean? It's like, you're spiritually retarded. You are weak in the force. Your metachlorian count is low, my friend. It hasn't, but thank you. I will have a pleasant day doing Dungeons and Dragons, and later doing activism. Maybe going on a date and getting laid with some girl later if I feel like it. Kind of don't feel like it anymore, actually, so probably not going to. But nonetheless, I have an option to fuck some chick later because she wants to. So I'm like, cool. So yeah, I will have a good day, and I wish you the best as well. I hate people. Watching the news? Yeah, let's watch the news. Why not? That sounds like a good idea. Something to distract me from the fact that I just talked to someone for an entire hour that's a religious and thinks that somehow some yeehaw man from America is like, the universe perceives itself. The universe is an all-loving force that truly loves you, and loves you so much, it created the cock that raped you. Set it all in motion just for you, darling, so you can experience the embrace of the Lord in the afterlife. And truly, truly transcend. Yeah, fuck off. It's like, it's just bullshit, man. It's just like, I wasted an hour of my life talking to some person about the universe gazing upon itself and being all loving, and free will. Yeah, mine's transmitting right. Now, come on. I mean, I'm a psychopath, so me being the exception to the rule, I assume somebody watching this does not have the desire to rape, right? Come on, XYZ. Come on, anybody, like the video if you do not have the desire to rape. Come on, man, comment on the video if you do not have the desire to torture people, to fillet them alive and put acid in their veins, like Jeffrey Dahmer. What's your point, Brant? I don't have those desires. That would be really fucked up. Are you free? Well, I'm Christian, so I think I'm free. Wow, you're free and you don't have the desire to rape and torture people. Am I free? Yeah, you're free. Well, I do have the desire to torture people. That's interesting. So we're both free, but you don't have the desire to hurt people, and I do have the desire to hurt people. So hypothetically, God could have made me like you without the desire to hurt people. Wow. It's almost like God actually made it so that I am evil. Not myself. He did. Because we're both free. He created us both. So it's not required for me to be this way. He made me this way. So consequentially speaking, he made evil. Huh. 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 come on, guys. It's like really. Am I an entire hour or two talking to this man? He can't understand. The Adam cult from Fallout is so effortless. Damn, I haven't realized that. I'm gonna have to play Fallout. I'm gonna have to play Fallout 4 again. Check out the cult of Adam. Or I'll just look up like a video online about the cult of Adam. I'll look it up. I haven't really paid attention. I've never really paid attention to the cult of Adam. So. But yeah, I don't fucking get religious people, man. Like, it's just like free will is not an excuse. Like even if there was free will, which there isn't, it's not an excuse. Like, is free will really worth the cost? Like, look upon the entire world, all the suffering, everything that's occurred. Like, if you truly care for somebody, like if you truly love somebody on this world and see them go through something as horrible as rape, and you can look upon that and just be like, yeah, man. Free will is a trade-off for them being raped. Me being able to voluntarily move my hand to the left, to the right, to be able to do evil, to do good, whatever version of free will you believe in, you think that trade-off is worth your loved ones being raped? And a loving being is supposed to look upon that trade-off and go, seems fair, seems good. I don't need to do this. Especially given the fact that I could create free beings that don't have the desire to rape and murder. Because you are free and don't have the desire to rape and murder, right? Huh. All loving being. Free will, the exchange for rape. Yeah, man. They're a little dumb, man. Yeah, they're a little dumb. It's just like, I don't know what they view love as, but sure as hell isn't what if I don't want their love. I do not want their love. If their love involves rape as an exchange, they can fuck off. They can go to hell with their love. In fact, they deserve to go to hell with their love. Honestly, if there's a hell, they can take their love, shove it right up their ass, and go to fucking hell with it. That's my opinion. Yeah. They can fucking shove it up their ass and suffer where they fucking belong. They're imposing this shit on us. They deserve it. Yeah. You voluntarily separate yourself from God. Fuck off. You little torturous, sadistic death cult. The second coming will happen someday. Fuck off. Testing 1 2. Oh my god, though. It's brain melting. It's like, I think I did a good job, right? I mean, sure, I got emotionally heated, yeah. But who's not gonna get emotionally heated when their best friend literally has killed themselves? And someone's telling them that, yeah, an all-loving being created the world with your best friend killed themselves. You just don't see it because you don't have God's infinite wisdom. The Holocaust. 1 in 6. My friend is a 1 in 6 statistic. A drop. Nothing. My pain and her pain, a number. A fraction. A fraction. Not even a fucking fraction. And he's supposed to tell me that, like, an all-loving being created this unnecessarily, and I'm just like I can explain to him through direct experience. I've experienced suffering. I've witnessed suffering. We all know suffering is bad. I can show him the asymmetry arguments. I can show him primordialism. I can explain negative utilitarianism and determinism, and all he does is just go free will. It's like, yeah, I did my best, man. Thank you, I appreciate it. But it's like sometimes it fucking feels hopeless, man. Like the best isn't fucking good enough. Like what is good enough? Like how do you fucking convince these people? They'll just be like, oh, but what the fuck? What's the fuck's terminology? CTMU. It's just CTMU, man. Just watch the 4-hour video from the redneck that claims to have a high IQ. Yeah, because apparently once you get a certain enough high IQ, it just overwrites the fact that pain's a bad thing. Overwrites the fact that a cock in your ass involuntarily is a bad thing. It just overrides all that. You just once you get to a certain IQ, you're just like beep boop 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 boop. God's love. Surely the calculations of the universe are like boop boop boop. One cock plus God's love equals, I don't know, apparently something worth it. It's hilarious. It's preposterous. I understand absurdists. I really do. I understand absurdists, man. They've been driven mad and they just don't care anymore. They've felt so much pain that they've gone to nihilism. Everything's hilarious at this point. It's just move on to somebody else. No, okay, you're right. I'm done talking about this dude. It's just the infinite levels of anger that I hold for everybody, man. It's just like you can't escape it. It's just like the activists, the Antons, the fucking that dude, just they're everywhere. You can't escape the stupidity, bro. But we got 20 minutes until D&D basically starts, so let's I should check to make sure D&D is not canceled. Will is in the chat, so I'm guessing it's not canceled. He's just here half an hour early. Yeah, music is cold. We're only shooting stars. I'm making more cold. The world was gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed.
On the 18th of June, Canadian man Hardeep Singh Nijjar was shot and killed by two masked gunmen in Surrey, British Columbia, Canada. Fast forward to the 18th of September, and the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau would state that the killing was believed to be a targeted assassination by the Indian government. As you might imagine, this isn't the type of shit the leader of a country just says to another nation for shits and giggles, especially when the nation in question is the most populous in the world and armed with nuclear weapons. As expected, diplomatic relations between the two countries were strained by the accusation, with India accusing Canada of harboring terrorists before expelling a senior Canadian diplomat from the country. India would maintain that the accusations were absurd and politically motivated. Hardeep Singh Nijjar himself, a 45-year-old plumber who migrated to Canada from India in the mid-90s, publicly had very little love for the Indian government. An ethnic Sikh, Nijjar was an outspoken supporter of Sikh separatism, a movement which wished to establish an ethno-religious sovereign state called Khalistan. Seemingly devoting his entire life to this cause, Nijjar advocated for Sikh independence in front of the United Nations, travelled to Geneva to ask that anti-Sikh violence in India be acknowledged as genocide, and was one of the few prominent Sikh voices within Canada. With this in mind, India had long accused Nijar of engaging with the extremist slice of the separatist movement.
Hey,
In
that's pretty cool.
2014, India issued a warrant for his arrest after accusing him of being the leader of the Khalistan Tiger Force, a militant group which is classified as a terrorist organization by the Indian government. Despite their efforts, however, we couldn't link the Khalistan Tiger Force to a single fatality, because in the instance they claimed responsibility for the death of 4 Indian soldiers, police in the area told them they were full of shit. At the risk of downplaying the organization, this dollar store brand Al-Qaeda is really hard to take seriously. Just look at their scuffed as fuck Microsoft Paint looking ass logo. We could do better than this shit. In fact, just look at what our graphic designer Max cooked up on his lunch break. It's not even fucking close. Despite our tangent, we couldn't actually find any evidence that Nijar was involved in the group, let alone in a leadership position. Over the past decade, Nijar was accused of being part in a number of extremist activities, including the attempted delivery of ammunition by paraglider and the plotting of the murder of a Hindu priest. He would even be accused by the Indian government of multiple targeted killings within India, which would have him detained for questioning by Canadian authorities. He would be released 24 hours later without charge. Since the middle of
Humble? Yeah, I've
2020,
heard of
Hardeep
that.
Singh Nijjar has been designated as a terrorist by the Indian government, and a reward of just over 16,000 Canadian dollars was offered by the Indian authorities to information that could lead to his arrest. Since Canada announced that Nijjar's death was believed to be a targeted killing, diplomatic relations between the two countries have taken a dip, with negotiations for a trade deal since paused. Both the United States and Australia expressed their deep concern with the allegations, while the Indian government stated, quote, that Canadian political figures have openly expressed sympathy for such elements remains a matter of deep concern. Director of the South Asia Institute at the Wilson Centre, Michael Kugelman, stated that Canada would have had to have gone through very extensive, careful investigations to be willing to make such allegations in the first place. He also pointed out that Canada is a member of the so-called Five Eyes, an intelligence pact that also includes the United States, Britain, Australia, and New Zealand, who would likely have aided the investigation in one way or another. As of time of writing, Canada has not made any of their evidence public regarding the allegation, and will likely have to wait a while longer to see what they've been able to gather. This next story is one Swag really didn't want us to include, but after choosing his stories last, he was left having to write this one himself. We're of course talking about aliens in Mexico. On the 12th of September, Mexican journalist Jaime Maussan unveiled 2 allegedly non-human beings to Mexico's Congress of the Union during a public hearing on UFOs. Maussan claimed that these seemingly mummified corpses were found in a Peruvian diatom was real proved to be extremely challenging, as searching Mexico aliens would usually provide very different search results from what was intended. We should mention that those who felt disappointed by Mexico's most famous arts and crafts project might be interested in some related news, as this month also saw NASA's James Webb Telescope locate an exoplanet about 120 light-years from Earth. The planet known uncreatively as K2-18b showed signs of both methane and carbon dioxide, but more interestingly, a chemical known as dimethyl sulfide, which on Earth is only produced by life. It should be noted that dimethyl sulfide might be able to be formed by geological processes we've yet to discover. With this in mind, even chemical signs from a planet over a quadrillion miles away is still a better indication of alien life than whatever the fuck Jaime Maussan showed off in Mexico. As climate change makes weather events more likely and more intense, we figured we'd save some time if we rolled all natural disasters into one story. Starting on the 5th of this month, Tropical Storm Daniel developed around the country of Greece, causing record amounts of rainfall throughout the country. Areas around central Greece experienced rainwater volumes within the range of 400 to 600 millimeters, or as much as 750 millimeters in the small village of Zagora. The flooding throughout Greece destroyed 720 square kilometers of agricultural land, while killing thousands of livestock and causing widespread destruction to civilian infrastructure. A few days later, on September 8th, Hong Kong would also experience record amounts of rainfall from the remains of Typhoon Haikui. The low-pressure storm brought destructive flooding throughout the region, which caused substantial damage to property with dozens of injuries and a few fatalities reported. Hong Kong experienced rainfall totals up to 800 millimeters in just 24 hours, and broke its highest recorded 1-hour rainfall record, which has stood since 2008. On the same day, the country of Morocco would experience its most devastating earthquake in years, with a 6.8 magnitude earthquake striking within the high Atlas mountain region over the country, near the city of Marrakesh. The earthquake, at time of writing, has killed over 3,000 people within the region and caused an extensive array of destruction and destabilization. Most building architecture and construction materials present within Marrakesh were made of non-earthquake resistant material, making the city extremely susceptible to collapse. The combination of fault lines accumulating energy in the southern border of the High Atlas Belt and a severe lack of emergency preparation resources led to the ensuing humanitarian crisis. Morocco's earthquake devastation would be surpassed just 3 days later by catastrophic flooding within Libya on September 11th. Tropical storm Daniel, the same storm responsible for the flooding in Greece, made its way to the northern parts of Libya, where it would go on to cause similar rainstorm flooding. However, the true crisis in Libya would come after 2 dams collapsed along the Wadi Derna River, flooding the city of Derna completely. At the time of writing, the World Health Organization reports that there were at least 3,958 registered deaths, with an unofficial death toll estimated at 11,300, with as many as 9,000 people still reportedly missing. While Libyan officials warned residents to evacuate from coastal areas days before the storm made landfall, there were no warnings given for the flood and subsequent dam collapse. Rescue efforts, humanitarian aid, and investigations into the dam's collapse are all still underway. Discussions surrounding climate change have come up alongside this month's unfortunate disasters. While the Moroccan earthquake's occurrence is hypothesized to be relatively unrelated to global climate change, evidence points to climate change being a main driver for the increase in the rate of extreme weather events being seen within recent times. According to the World Weather Attribution Initiative, planet-warming pollution was responsible for making rainfall amounts experienced within Libya 50 times more likely to occur. The climate group also found the extreme level of rainfall being experienced in the countries of Greece, Turkey, and Bulgaria are 10 times more likely to happen as a result of climate warming pollution. While global warming did not directly cause the flooding experienced in these several regions, it was responsible for the environmental factors capable of producing extreme weather patterns at a more frequent rate. As depressing as it is, more extreme weather patterns will likely continue to occur worldwide and will only become worse the warmer the Earth becomes. We now move on to a touching story of how 2 pen pals would finally get the chance to meet in person: Vladimir Putin of Russia and Kim Jong-un of North Korea. After traveling aboard his personal armored train, Kim Jong-un was greeted by Putin, who gave the North Korean leader a personal tour of the spaceport before exchanging gifts. It should be noted how rare it is for the North Korean leader to leave the borders of his territory, with this trip being the longest amount of time he's spent outside of his country. It is also the first time he has left North Korea since meeting Donald Trump in 2019. After the initial meeting, the 2 girl bosses then toured around the Russian Far East for a few more days, inspecting the satellite fighter jet factories before pledging to support each other in the fight against imperialism and to have more sleepovers. With the pleasantries out of the way, the 2 men got down to business. Several long meetings took place over the 7-day visit to Russia and continued even after Un began his journey back home. After a failed North Korean satellite launch, it is speculated that Un wants to make use of Russian military technology. In particular, spy satellites, rocket technology, and upgrades to North Korea's aging fighter jets are thought to be the main aims of the visit. This is due to the fact that North Korea is heavily sanctioned, and it is unlikely any other major technological power would be willing to risk violating sanctions to help them. Russia, however, is already the most sanctioned country in the world, meaning they've become somewhat immune from sanctions anyway. It'd be like threatening to cut off a person's legs when they didn't have any in the first place. Of course, nothing is free, and viewers can bet that Putin isn't just doing this out of the goodness of his heart. Putin's year-and-a-half war long in Ukraine has taken significant toll on Russian military reserves, particularly ammunition, something Kim Jong-un just so happens to be sitting on a big pile of. Russia and North Korea have historically had a relatively friendly relationship, particularly when their respective relationships with Western nations are low. Despite warm relations at the moment, Russia is strongly protective of their secrets, particularly those relating to their aerospace and nuclear technology. On the other hand, North Korea does not want to expend all their stockpiles of ammunition by aiding a war on the other side of the world. And while North Korea has an established history of making these munitions, calling the shells advanced would be quite the stretch. Regardless of how many North Korea are able to send, Russia would still be limited to low-precision barrage-type attacks, while Ukraine's 20-year-old HIMARS systems, donated by Uncle Sam, is accurate to 1 meter from 300 kilometers away. This said, having a bunch of Soviet-era shells manufactured by slave labor is a hell of a lot cheaper than buying them from Lockheed Martin. As we often mention, however, a lot of what is donated by the United States comes from its aging stockpile, meaning giving these munitions to Ukraine is just a convenient way to dispose of them. With this in mind, viewers who might live within a heavily sanctioned country may be interested in today's sponsor. If we know anything about our audience, it's that the only thing you like more than sharks is pulling off a gnarly floater before tube riding the curl into the sunset. Lucky for us, cities are suing Kia and Hyundai for making their PN. We're taking it literally now. Meanwhile, the US military loses a $100 million fighter jet. American cities are suing Kia and Hyundai for making their cars too easy to steal. And the most powerful man in Australia abdicates his throne at 92. Next up, we have a double feature of the Biden family. First up is famous Pangea explorer Joe Biden, who faces an impeachment inquiry in the House of US Representatives. To be entirely clear, Joe Biden has not been impeached, but rather the House has opened an impeachment inquiry into the president, which is the step taken before an impeachment trial officially begins. How such an impeachment works is that the House will first investigate whether Biden has committed an impeachable offense. Should they find that there's evidence to support an impeachment, the issue will be brought to the full House, who will then deliberate and vote among themselves. If impeachment passes a simple majority vote, then it moves on to the Senate, who will hold a trial, with the senators themselves acting as jurors. After careful deliberating, the senators will then proceed to strictly vote on party lines, making it impossible for a two-thirds majority to ever impeach a single president. This month is far from the first time that US Revolutionary War hero Joe Biden has had articles of impeachment introduced against him. In fact, on his very first day in office, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene filed an article of impeachment over Biden's alleged corruption with a business in Ukraine. From his roughly 3 years as president, Biden has had 15 such articles filed against him, which works out to be around once every 2 months. Despite this, the articles have typically had minimal support from the wider House, even among Republicans, so they largely get left on the road. This inquiry, however, did not originate out of an article, with the Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, launching the inquiry for the purpose of finding any evidence, or lack thereof, before entertaining future impeachment articles. In this instance, it is alleged that Mr. Biden profited from his son Hunter's business dealings while serving as vice president between 2009 and 2017. With the annual government budget showdown upcoming, and the fact that the inquiry did not arise out of an article of impeachment, some speculate that the inquiry is an attempt by McCarthy to appease more hardline Republicans, in order to both avoid a government shutdown and to secure his job as Speaker of the House. It should be noted that McCarthy himself said that the House does not have any evidence of Biden committing an impeachable crime, because the point of the inquiry is to find if there actually is any. At the moment, the inquiry has only just gotten started, so it remains to see if anything will come of it. With all of this in mind, the frankly more interesting story is Hunter Biden, who as far back as 2020 has become famous for being the center of a wide range of conspiracy theories, as well as the monolithic amount of drugs he's been able to ingest. In 2019, someone who claimed to be Hunter Biden dropped off a laptop at a computer repair shop in Delaware and requested that its data be recovered. Later, the shop owner then allegedly discovered evidence surrounding Hunter Biden's business dealings in Ukraine and China. That implicated Joe Biden in some shady shit while he was vice president under Obama. Beyond these emails, there was also allegedly images showing Hunter Biden in bed with prostitutes, doing drugs, and one which apparently revealed Hunter's penis length, which we're too professional to publicly reveal. Verifying anything which came out of the laptop is extremely difficult, and many experts are still sorting through what is legitimate and what may have been tampered with. So take anything that comes out of that source with an 8-inch grain of salt. Hunter himself has been in the public eye since at least the 1970s, and has had a long history of drug and alcohol abuse since his law school days in the 1990s. Quite famously, Hunter signed up for the Navy Reserves in 2013, but was expelled on his first day on base after testing positive for cocaine. In 2018, Hunter, on a whim, decided to buy a handgun and allegedly lied on the form saying that he was not an active drug abuser. The weapon would later be thrown out after he made suicidal remarks. Hunter previously agreed to plead guilty to 2 misdemeanor tax charges in exchange for avoiding a more serious weapons charge. However, shortly before the deal was completed, it unraveled, as the US Justice Department was facing increased pressure from Republicans who alleged that the department was giving Hunter a sweetheart deal. Subsequently, the gun purchased in 2018 became a major point, and the Justice Department announced that they were filing for a felony gun charge stemming from his alleged dishonesty on the application form. The irony isn't lost on the news team that Republicans and Democrats seem to have suddenly flipped positions on how strict gun regulations should be. As is the case with Joe's impeachment proceedings, this is also in the early stages, and public details are few and far between. Rest assured, if either of them ends up on the inside of a prison cell, we'll be sure to make Tim the Writer do something about it. In what's seemingly become a monthly segment, we now move on to yet another military coup in Africa. Late into the month of August and into early September, a group of Gabonese military officers, on orders from General Brice Oligui Nguema, seized power in an attempted coup by placing President Ali Bongo Ondimba under arrest at his palace. The best part is that the president and the leader of the coup just happened to be cousins. Soon thereafter, General Nguema declared himself president and used his military faction to establish the Committee for the Transition and Restoration of Institutions. But because that's a stupid name, we'll just be calling them the CTRI. The CTRI went on to reject the most recent presidential election results, close Gabon's border, and shut down all government institutions within the country, including the Senate, the National Assembly, and presumably the anti-coup task force. For those unaware, the past few general elections within Gabon have been surrounded by controversy, with the general elections held back in 2016 ending in violence after claims of irregular voting regulations from opposition supporters. The most recent election, however, had 2 candidates, one being Ali Bongo Ondimba, representing Gabon's Democratic Party and the Bongo family regime, and Albert Ondo Ossa, representing the opposing Alternates 2023 party, aimed at bringing widespread change to the country. The 2023 election ended with Ali Bongo winning a 3rd term and taking 64.27% of the vote, with Albert Ondo Ossa taking 30.77%. Ondo Ossa and representatives on his team claimed election fraud in the form of suspicious election delays, rapid changes to the electoral rules a month before the election was held, and internet shutdowns in the days surrounding the election. For a fun swag news tip, if your government cuts off, restricts, or filters your internet usage days before an election, they're almost certainly trying to rig that shit. For context, we should probably point out that up until this month, the Bongo family had ruled Gabon for the past 54 years, a tenure which was characterized by more corruption and nepotism than you could shake an AK-47 at. In the 2016 election, for example, one province saw the Bongo family receive 95.5% of the vote, with a 99.9% turnout. This number looked so made up, it would literally go on to spark protests countrywide. Following the election on August 26th of this year, the CTRI claimed that the general elections were neither transparent, credible, or inclusive enough for the people of Gabon, and that the ruling authorities have been on a steady decline of irresponsible and unpredictable governance, resulting in a continuing deterioration in social cohesion, which risks leading the country into chaos. In order to combat this alleged chaos, the military has deemed it necessary to completely strip Gabon of its civilian rule and democracy in order to lead the country into what it believes is a more prosperous future. In the weeks following the military takeover, the CTRI would go on to release ousted President Ali Bongo Ondimba from his house arrest to allow for international travel relating to health appointments, with Ondimba opting to stay at his private residency. The CTRI would also announce the appointment of Transitional Prime Minister Raymond Ndong Sima, a former Prime Minister serving from 2012 to 2014 and vocal critic against President Ali Bongo. Unfortunately, Gabon is another country in Africa to have experienced the recent trend of military coup takeovers that have been on the rise since 2020. Successful African coups in the last 3 years include Mali, Chad, Guinea, Sudan, Burkina Faso, and Niger. While all of these countries had different circumstances that led to coups taking place, each military operation was seemingly influenced by one another, which aided in the destabilization of democracy across Africa. While nations around the world condemned the military's actions in Gabon, Gabonese citizens are grappling with the new power dynamic. Those who support the new leadership and their actions against the long-ruling family have taken to the streets in solidarity, while others around the nation protest the military's destabilization of the government. Recently appointed Prime Minister Sima suggested that the country won't likely return to civilian rule until a year or more time has passed, making the future of Gabon's stability unclear. This latest coup in Gabon marks the 106th successful coup attempt in Africa since 1952. Like death and taxes, our coverage of the war in Ukraine is a certainty. According to Ukrainian officials, 3 elite Russian brigades have been left without combat capabilities after major Ukrainian victories around the city of Bakhmut. Although
I kind of don't care.
pinning down the exact value of these aid packages can often be difficult, as much of the time, the value of these weapons can be inflated to their initial purchase price, and not their depreciated value after spending a decade in storage. The United States continues to be the biggest winner in the war in Ukraine, getting to supercharge its weapons industry, cripple one of its biggest rivals without risking a single American life, and doing so with just 5.6% of its defense budget. This isn't even considering the weapons data and power projection that comes from these aid packages, the value of which can be difficult to quantify. On the other side of the world, President Xi Jinping of China announced that there would be a meeting with Russia scheduled for October. It is important to note that China has not yet given any military aid to Russia, as doing so would risk the nation triggering a whole minefield of Yu-Gi-Oh! Sanctions trap cards. In addition, several new drone attacks have been confirmed by both Ukraine and Russia, with the Russian side being far more effective. So far, most drones that have made their way over Russian soil have been shot down before they can do much damage to military installations, much less civilian infrastructure. Alternatively, Russian suicide drones have proven effective on the Ukrainian front, and on the 19th of this month, there was even a drone attack on the Ukrainian city of Lviv, which lies almost on the border with Poland. According to a UN humanitarian coordinator for Ukraine, these hunter-killer drones managed to burn down a warehouse that sheltered a vast amount of the region's relief supplies. The very same humanitarian worker went on to say that attacks impacting humanitarian supplies have escalated from the start of the year. Russia has also made their fair share of war crime allegations, as according to Russian state media, the Ukrainian military was responsible for a drone strike targeting a market in the eastern Donetsk region, which claimed the lives of 16 people and injured more than 30 others. This claim has been disputed, however, as the Ukrainian military has denied any involvement in the attack on their own civilians. Further investigation revealed that the fragments from the missile recovered at the impact site were from an S-300 surface-to-air missile system, which was originally invented by the Soviet Union. Moving on from Call of Duty kill streaks terrorizing civilians, we now turn to Elon Musk and his orbital VSATs. According to a biography written by American journalist Walter Isaacson, Musk had refused to allow Ukraine to use Starlink internet services to launch a surprise attack on Russian forces in Crimea last September. This allegedly led to a failed drone operation that was intended to strike Russian naval assets. Mr. Musk later stated that he did not wish to be explicitly complicit in a major act of war and conflict escalation. It should be noted that Musk was not on a military contract when he declined to extend Starlink. The failure of the operation has made military planners reconsider the importance of having explicit contracts in place before working with commercial partners. We now move on to the elephant in the room, the death of the Wagner leader Yevgeny Prigozhin, who died on a plane crash on the 23rd of August this year. US intelligence believes the crash was organized by the Kremlin, an allegation the Russian government has firmly denied. Shortly after Prigozhin's death was confirmed by Russian officials, it was announced that the defense ministry would be attempting to assume control of the Wagner mercenary company. Viewers may recall that the main reason Yevgeny Prigozhin was allegedly assassinated was because of his one-day rebellion back in June of this year, which was in response to the Russian government wanting to fold Wagner into the rest of the Russian army. As the old saying goes, if you come at the king, you better not miss. The Wagner Group has extensive holdings not only in Eastern Europe, but in Central and Northern Africa as well. While this is entirely speculation, the dissolving of Wagner may also be an attempt to become far more valuable. Quite often, Wagner Group in Africa plays an active role in arming and assisting paramilitary groups to destabilize already fragile governments. In return, the mercenary group is often repaid in materials such as gold and oil, and occasionally given the rights to mines and oil fields. Presumably, the gold and other rare earth minerals harvested from African nations will play an even more substantial role in bankrolling the Russian invasion, as the weather in Eastern Europe starts conclusion for at least another year. With the news over, it's officially announcement time, and if you haven't checked it out already, our second channel, Sir Swag Academy, is already building up an impressive...
Well, it's time for me to go and play Dungeons and Dragons with my European friends. Tune in later when I do more live streaming, probably. Unless I get like a heart attack and like die or something, you know. Hopefully that will happen, but I don't have high hopes. My obligations to do activism will probably continue on. So I'll see you all later. Crying on the inside. Adios.